Okay, my memo about Emra Masem TV. And then that's on yes, sir. And then commemorative lecture that the man or my penny that when you're a baby called Professor John Evans Atta Mills. The commemorative lecture say and I away. Now say be a teacher near an intini baby and a waha. Na your honorable Banda MP, Honorable Ahmed, Ewa Minche wa no pay. Mepe say, Memana Kwaba, Honorable Kwaba Masem TV.
Major Sumenuya.
But on a to say,
Yamanamon Pipe on Tia where.
And a Kadian Ponyanko Pons, I know pay me who's a good mood bar.
Yeah, and then we were good mood because ye did.
Okay, said a medical introduction. They were Honorable Ahmed Ewa Minchain, all the way from Banda, now over here. Amajumadi in Pampons, one every Mudi. Honorable Messiamo Aquaba Biomaba, Masem TV.
Major Sumenuya.
May have Nidia who won or pay a strong home.
Yeah, I mean, Fawa Quanyas and I mean, Chia, Omo Hemerson TV and area. So, I said, me when Nijas from Kuma and no cre. Say, after seeing off no. And then so that ye the 11 years of Professor John Evans Atta Mills, Ghana's former vice president and Ghana's president for the Fourth Republic in the 7th Parliament. And then I did in the 5th Parliament. And then I did 11 years. Now, say me share the track record that the 32 or are still incontestable. Obi antimi embreki ya. Ne was a manager.
I was a manager. Wakasano, what the Aquasin North. Mammy Missa was sent off for the NSC hall. Moya and a day. Tricks and a net to say.
I seen off here one of the Ghana's cosmopolitan districts and constituency. Ghana nipa beer biwo, ya wa before, ya wa nkran for, ya wa fandi for, ya wa sandi for, ya wa three for, ya wa blue for. Tribe will be a biwo, and I will be a biwo. Now you go to a bar, you beat MPP with about 5,000 difference, which with all things being equal. Going to 2024, the road is clear at them into any number of manages. And
then 11 years after say, I'm a penny that JEA Mills, in your baby boy, expectation, let us say.
Oh, the expectations are high. Clearly, and I'm a record. Professor Mills best 32 or no. We did since independence, we be anti break here. Ni record are or 32 or Seuba GDP growth rate, the highest 14.40. Pes obianti minyae. Seuba single digit inflation for about 36 months. Obianti minyae. Seuba cocoa production 1 million ton on a hit here. And then we know who say the opponent they are struggling with even to get even 600. Seuba educational school and at risk, ni record unbeatable or eliminating many schools and at risk. Seuba SHS na 4 years, but nobody one running double track, even though na 4 years. Or building emergency classroom block MIOBA. On any president here, na on fans, on their resource, on this end Yanuma. Say you could be an assistant board 1 year. Aji fancy and sana program na baso. Intuition say yes, celebrating a personality like that. It was a manager.
But near my boy, yeah, brand what your cognac was a mampenny. Watch the schools our yeah, young ni Jumadia would be as a mampenny when it comes to corruption. Who want to say
Oh, corruption perception index, the worst performance was 43. And then Akufo-Addo the best performance. The worst, the Ayaka say most anya the grana 43% over 100. But Akufo-Addo the best performance 43. And you can imagine. Incontestable, the records they will be anywhere.
Honorable Medase, Mitimu Buddha woman is a Mekasa Mema Kwan and young cock. Mamma see her, Yabasa to us all. That is Honorable MP for Banda. Me wa Tachima North MP. Ewo ha. Honorable, where the Mepasa me no better train Kwamoka crab. Mahu say anopai mudu no eyapa. At the early stages, in the Husana would be asa Kobasa. What is the secret?
Okay, me a minister for culture. We do baby, let's say, the minister for culture. We do baby, about Adowa, a semi sakakra. If so be a send a dodgy search, or Miss William Sakakra, just a support to answer my Moscano. And I wait there by a quiet for see a Roman for. See, next 7 year more to you, Nabu.
Wamanaton.
And unless we a happy day, we are remembering a good man, a great guy, a good heart. It's a nano, a Nijim Kwan. Then him say, Sabra born was a sea sono. Bible must have not any mono, a chess or Jesus. He's at a better place. And let's say, 10th anniversary, a Nijism.
I say, a Nijism. Now, maybe, sir, after a sin off, the AC a sin off, you say, Pennyfort make a one tipo. Ghana nyina ne NDC amanyoko ne nyina kopie mu ase no fampa wo he margin na na yade amutwe magic ben no na mo e yade ya to akoso e de akọ 2024 elections no mu ana different strategy bi ho
SBB ansesa sa strategy na e de call ase no of na de call 2024 na ne kese pa ne say Ghana for abra MPP aban wa wo so timi ye obi ade o si oho eti oh na Ghana for MPP for send off no. Eti the Ghana for NDC for send off no. Ama ye nyina ye nije strong ko say how there is light at the end of the tunnel because enchebia Yera Excellency John Dramani Mahama obetra konwa num na Ghana ye nioma aye enhare kakra. Etutu say mood ne one a very very happy mood. Ye said they are sin for kasa Ghana for say so be ma usika na chese to abamano so bit me kan sika bi ma wa na chese also nya sika bi ayefo if se bi o minim se o salary e wa hai se si e ya kasa chichema ya onye ti so konya ne awuf e na wa chicha ne fun e to ma che ba bi o mdwi se sika ne free baaye a nti o manya still o be de ye et minim se come 2024 Ghana for be de ye because o munim se NDC e wo so a o man no mu eyadro kakrama ye nyina na se de I should do.
Ghana yes should do. The year 2024 and society bet me aba.
Erade boa 2024 and ye launch no asin fosu no. Asin north no. 2024 election no. I don't ye call launch wa asin north no. Eti e say margin no be clear. Said ye Excellency John Dramani Mahama obetwi the obeba mu no. Ubo se chiye bia de honipa kro no obekọ ni fie bọkọ etokwa nim uze eho ye comporto ye ho ama se ubu ya ye nka hwe ye obeka bia ye gina ho because our eyes were on the ball eti ampa so ye di nkunimdie na ba 2024 minim se nyameti asi Excellency John Dramani Mahama nkunimdie no ba ne dia na Ghana ayedwo
honorable finally me do wie no me ma wakwanya asem na be he camera mu no aka che Ghana for ne NDC amanyokuo nyina bra ye ya hoboa na ya 2024 efutu be na ade
bra ye ya hoboa atwen 2024 election ni Yera Excellency John Dramani Mahama oba be win no be president amagana yi the mesre NDC for nyina ne say sa unity na ayesron kokora wo yemu no omumie mu nka ho yemfa mpaebo entire process nachi na fe ye hu se sa 2024 abato ayekoto ye akwasafo dwuma obia meye bi we de ye fa party na beto 2024 aba ye nyina ye beto aba no ama Yera Excellency John Dramani Mahama efi se onoro ye adwuma wura oba Ghana for na ye ho toyen economy no eye kama na ye bibia ye bokoboko ti be se Ghana for na say party bia odon wo CPP wo NDP party a wo bia no 2024 abato ne de ye nyina Ghana for ye kan bom akotoma excellency John Dramani Mahama, because a vote for John Dramani Mahama is a vote for peace, a vote for prosperity, and a vote for development.
Honorable Medase, me guso na manya me Superman MP for time. Honorable Ramsey, and only the aya popular oba will be able to ntem. Honorable Akwaba. Now, time to say. Mood in your past, our environment now. BBI charge atmosphere near okay. Who wanna say?
Very perfect. It could not have come at the right time. Yeah, remember Professor Mills. Now, yeah, party mu other the entire mood in your very charge. You know, we are remembering a legend.
Yeah, Prof. Newman was yeah as the sitting president in the term of Numuno. Young here, Obaka said, what is to turn then? You who wanna say?
Me medical and I say prof ni legacy pa o jama o my way no peace and tranquility important change any physical nyoma bia obehu bia because say enye na kufu adu na be say o man ye kakra enka asundwe pa ni gidigidi atof eyedin o man mu na me ka prof nyoma or the bag Ghana physical infrastructure or the bag Ghana any decency in our politics it is unmatched. Ghana will never forget Professor Mills. If you say, I don't know, pension, and no cancel be a Ghana ni, Yemo be a Quamonia in your person. I say, schools under trees. I didn't make the back up Professor Mills pie or this year, schools under trees are, or ye free home, and then who's I'm glad to me, Asia, Namakai Professor Mills. Samaka Professor Mills, Namakai, Ajumai for Katria, Babia Opejadi free, Eddie Bedruye. Samaka Professor Mills, Namaka say, this assembly is common for the MPR, not my type of Samuel, because ne penso no. Mantam puncho so pa I want not penso. And for Samuel the legacy what they are to Ghana no. Minyasho say ubi a bit to me and Pabuano.
And yeah, Kaino na at the end of her camera moon, now what catcher NDC a manuku Ebra Yabuswaya 2024. You said just last week BBC Asin North. You imagine no. Magic Ben a course. Dear Namoya, dear Namukeka Boa, who says I'm more dear to and not to us. 2024 elections, a better meeting with the other.
Say, as I say, Urefi, Ufi, Ukuromuchenia, or you know about your say. And is the Eurofil of Samuels, Netatis be, and a Maya Breno. Now, I say no, yen and I sign of our Professor Samuels, Ebaye. You call house to house. Every member of parliament, and you're pulling.
Group of companies. But
Major Sominia,
but on I want to say
Radiadum now to toy.
And the 10 years anniversary of the late President, His Excellency John Evans Atta Mills. Expectation to say.
Oh, I am very great. I am very great. Because Professor Mills is one of the greatest men. The president of this country. And it's very great, very, very great. Because me personally, I've had several encounters with His Excellency Professor Evans Atta Mills. And Oyobia, I am a physically challenged person, let me say. Oyobia, on far physically challenged people in Niagara, actually. You know, so Obekaya, Ebra will assume power. That is 208. 208, 209. Now my bandit tick. May now me a tick protester. That is what I do. No more bandit tick. It may a press conference be immediately now. Who you know, or that the Minister for Lands and Forestry said no. That is not right. That is not right. and immediately Omon lifted our band on our intimate Juma. He loved the country and he loved the people. That is what I have to say. He loved the country and the people. Professor Mills, been to two Professor Mills, because he is one of the listening person. Now Odem Raya Juma, he believe in the rule of law. Odem Raya Juma, oh yeah, dear Nathan, Professor Mills on one show, and it's one of the people. I personally, were a memento, because Okatemi Treme, a bribia a chum. What Kofi? You know something? Adia, me better won't say, don't chase money. Don't chase money. You and you see money chasing you, and that is correct, very correct. And only you know me, the Anantia Babidrune. The one is about Professor Mills, where Nipabia and Ne. So when you know me kaino, and I name someone wakayano, and then I you know me, the Bob Rabbe Pemne. So Professor Mills is one of the president. I don't know. See a better in your biomo.
May I say, Honorable, I'm say CEO at the man coffee group of companies, no, Mr. Kofi Vignon, na me wo Honorable Ajia Ewa Bono women's wing in honor down na over the weekend no peja women's wing in Akwasin North Ekwa Prim Kunimidie and Owaha and Honorable Yakai the late President Professor John Evans Atta Mills. At the empire now, what about kind of now? When you are say describe now, what will you say?
You mean my mother was celebrating. Your papa, His Excellency John Evans Atta Mills. Ghana for the kind of pa me to throw assume hine. If you are papa, you can stop being an also back as about whom you know, amazing me person, amazing me person, and no prince. Emra ya de ya papa yi esi Ghana akonya kese yi so ye ina Ghana maye ye nitia asumdie soronko a eba e wo man mu mai sana o de se bi onyankopon e de to ne nsa frɛ no na se enne e ye ne 10th anniversary na se Ghana ma etitiro bono women swing enyina ye ba na e be ka dom yi ho na ye kai ye papa yi fe asumdue hene nyankopon ba bi wo bia nyankopon emfa ne kra ensie ye emayen na NDC yense ba bi wo bia o kai ye yenso ya kai no obobi ma yenso ye bobi ma no NDC na oja ne ho no saa na eda sukura mu e wa ha insha Allah ye hwe yanim se 2024 ye da yanim enkunimdie ebe ye dia ye be ye dwumaden ema enkunimdie aye NDC kubata no edia example ne adwumaden aye koye no asen no for yetim G seat no edema NDC kubata no echia na manyina
me da say honorable no or say wo kan Professor J.E. Mills ho asemo dia na ne wo be kan ma dia ache isan so ye nipa na wo pra sumdwe enu nti da bia na okasa wo say ameze me pa sumdwe sa na tie enne ye di ne 10th anniversary e wo sunyane e ye bonomanta mahinkuru ye wo SCU main auditorium e ho na dwumadie yi ekoso na se wo be pie mu ha etitiro ne ani ntini a wodi akotene e wo NDC amanyokuo no mu dodo na e wa ha metomani a mehu honorable Nilante Vanderpool e wa ha mehu honorable Collins Dauda e wa ha mpanyimfo no bebre na e na e wa hanom yeguso ye betra say ye betimi ne ba kwa na mienu atwetwe nkomo na wa ma ya dansidie kakra e fa the late president ho na ya hwe mahu Honorable Vincent Opon Asamoah, MP for Doma West, Ewaha. Honorable Manu Akwaba Masem TV so. Me patona umpum to say. And nay a dasronko. And a dasronko. You did 10 years anniversary of the late President John Evans Atta Mills. Woja Ghana Hokoye. So when you na who describe the late president, what will you say?
Mena medase bebre. Meme dear, you can't proffer. He's so special to me because on a mama kwenya, Emma make me some ewa bemu as a DC, the mama municipal chief executive. I don't you know.
Okay, so we are Santana Etuya, who say General Marco Pewa the national chairman for the NC party. Yetwa Yankomodino so honorable Yantoso.
It is a Oya Emrana Mako Kotasi election lose 2008. Now over appointing the DCs. Now all them become one. It is because the political career or not a man opportunity. Now Osha Professor Mess, I have said this as a Romania. I was like Yamano, one of the states. Professor Mess there should have been Obia as a canonizing the state here in the state because of crown of us in it. Bema penny back.
And no crack, you. So I want to Santana Etuya. The Mamangura. On one so and president at the Mabono Regional House of Chiefs. Nature or Sadia for was here, your daughter at the Mambadua or Tosum Yenu. The Mama in no. The man Safano no. Or no, and I met them every day. Said the American can a teacher and intimate and a way here. The mama in no, a sergeant for a Sadia, your doctor at the Mambadua, a Tossing Yenu, on an Atta Kunya. The man don't come in here. I have the woman in Afari. I can't domino. That you know so house in my system, but I won't take another better.
Then I come to you.
give you praise and honor for the opportunity given us together here this afternoon. Thank you, Lord, for traveling mercies given to all gathered here this afternoon. We also want to thank you for the grace given us as a country to learn, grow, and then move forward our body politics and democracy. As we begin this program, God, we dedicate this time to you and declare that your purpose will prevail here. We pray for the various speakers. We pray for the people gathered here, and we pray for those who made this program possible. That, Lord, your grace will be sufficient for all of us. Help us to learn lessons from the various presentations that will be given here, and give us wisdom to work and do what you have assigned to each and every one of us here in our country. Lord, we pray that your presence will be with us, you will direct, move us, and lead us in this program. It is our prayer that, Lord, at the end of it all, your glory will be seen, and we will say, Lord, you have done it. And when we finish, we pray that you grant everyone traveling mercies to their various destinations. We thank you for the opportunity given us, and we know that we will feel your presence this afternoon. In the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen. Please take your seats. Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Daniel Pasitano, Methodist Bishop of Siani. I am your MC, Jacob Parichuga Anankware, a senior lecturer at the University of Energy and Natural Resources, Professor Evans Atta Mills, Brainchild University, and my co-MC. Thank you. Before we proceed, I want to introduce some dignitaries. And first, we want to introduce the legendary Osajifo Osiadeyo Dr. Nana Ajiman Bedu II, Adriana PACA. We want to also introduce the General, the one and only General, Chairman General, Honorable. Should I continue? Popular known as General Mosquito. Honorable Nketia, General Mosquito, Chairman of the National Democratic Congress. We also want to recognize the presence of Professor Kwamina Ahoy, a leading authority in local governance and a former Minister of Local Government, aka Great Consultant. We have in our midst Honorable Kwame Pepra, former Minister of Finance, also known as the Great Leader. We have Honorable, in no order, please, in no order of importance. We also have Honorable Kwame Pepra, former Minister of Finance and the Great Leader. Honorable Samuel Atta Mills, brother of the late Professor Evans Atta Mills, and MP for Komina, Edina, Ekwafo, and Afrim. We have Honorable Dr. Samuel Sapong, former Mayor of Kumasi and former Minister for Central Region. Nana Professor Dominic Otu, Dean of Students, University of Energy and Natural Resources. Honorable Ni Lante Vanderpoel, MP for Ododo Diodio, and former Minister of Sports and Nanado's own friend. Because he endorsed and said, "Can you?" We have Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, MP for Banda and Deputy Chief Whip for the minority in Parliament. I call him the coup plotter. We have Lawyer Yaoredu Pepra, a former state attorney, the most senior lawyer in the Bono and Sunyani, with over 40 years of experience in legal practice. He's also the former president of the then Brong Ahafo Regional Bar Association. He's also the head of the Asomtwi Chambers. We have Honorable His Excellency Honorable Kwajo Nyame Chema, for former ambassador to India and former minister of the Brong Ahafo region. I will continue to introduce most dignitaries as the program goes on. We have a lot of MPs in our midst. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in an important event as this, we will need someone to stir the affairs of the program. And so I think the mantle lies on just one person to chair the program for us. Today, our chairperson for this August occasion is a living legend. He was born on 27th May 1966 in Doma. He was born to the late Nana Akosua Ensua II, the then Queen Mother of the Doma traditional area, and to a renowned director of education, the late Mr. R.K. Mensah, both of blessed memory. Our legend wrote his
common entrance exams at the age of 13 and entered Doma Senior Secondary School, now known as Doma Senior High School, Domas, between 1979 and 1984 for his O-level certificate. He attained his A-level certificate between 1984 and 1986 in Doma Secondary School. As a patriotic citizen, he did his one-year mandatory national service and enrolled at the prestigious University of Ghana to read law. He was a resident of the Commonwealth Hall. VMAT, true stance. He is a true vandal. He proceeded to the Ghana School of Law at Makola to do his professional law program and successfully came out as a distinguished and budding young lawyer who has risen through the ranks to become a high court judge in Tema and a high court judge of repute. He is happily married to Mrs. Anna Ajman Bedu, and they are blessed with 3 children. He has served Ghana in diverse ways. The legend in question is the sanitation ambassador, the financier and life patron of the Aduana Football Club, the president of the Bono Regional House of Chiefs, and he has been a chief for over 24 good years. He is the Aduana PSA, the Oman Hini of the Doma traditional area. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's please rise to our feet and humbly welcome our chairman for this commemorative lecture, the legendary Osajifo Osiadeye, Dr. Nana Ajimambedu, Aduana PSA.
MC, let me begin by thanking you most profusely for the introduction that you have given me, except to say that my lecturers are here. My senior man, Mr. Yaoredu Pepra, he trained me. So when you have all my big nananum, they are here. So when you are introducing me and you are adding on, I thought I could come and tell you, end it, before I get into trouble. Organizers of today's program, the national chairman of the NDC, I can see the general secretary here, my own Professor Kwamena Ahoy, my lecturer, my own Honorable Kwame Pepra, my own Dr. Kwame Sarah Mensah, the chief whip, if I got it right, my own Ahmed, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. I wish I could Nana Yejine, Nana Junim, my own mother, Nana Brekum Yema, Nana. In fact, as I'm standing here, I'm confused whether to give my speech either in your dialect or English. But I will see what I can do. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to thank the organizers for inviting me to today's program. the 10th anniversary memorial lectures of the living legend, my own Professor J.A. Mills, former President of the Republic of Ghana. And let me welcome all you here to our regional capital, Sunyani. Let me begin by saying that in 1987-88, like the MC introduced, I was admitted to the University of Ghana, Legon, where the Professor Kwame Nahoe was a lecturer. One of the lecturers whose name I've heard so much and I was enthused to meet happens to be Professor John Evans Atta Mills. Because before being enrolled to the University of Ghana, I've heard so much about Professor Kwame Nahoe, J.A. Mills, Prof. Kumado, and the like. And I was not disappointed. I happened to read company law and commercial law. And Professor J.A. Mills happens to be my lecturer. In fact, when he was teaching us, he could give us lectures for about 10 pages without looking at anything. So I thought, I've met teachers on the way. I've met lecturers along the way. I was wondering, who is this man? I was reading about him, and I heard by the year 23 or thereabout, he was a Fulbright scholar. I wanted to know more. At the university, when you are being taught, when you have a tutorial, that is a small group. So I wanted to see. Probably when he was lecturing us, he was going to look at something. Unknown to me, maybe he had something, a script that I was not seeing, maybe where I was sitting. But about 10 of us, he was taking us. It was the same situation. So I became enthused about him. In the area of football, I was a fan of Accra House of Folk. Unfortunately for me, he happens to be the supervisor, because at the time we were the gate checkers at the stadium, Accra Sports Stadium. When House of Folk, they are playing their matches, because they were losing revenue, we had to be brought in. He happens to be somebody who was overseeing together with Prof. Kumado. I got closer to him. Later on, he was to become the Vice President of the Republic. And later on, he ran for the presidency, like you know, 2000. Before the 2000 elections, he had brought a gift through the Honorable Regional Minister, then Honorable Donald Adabre. What gift, you may ask? He has sent chocolate, a box of chocolate, to me. A young chief, then I had been installed about a year and a half. I said, but lecturer, prof, the way I know you, if you are bringing me a gift, you knew a young man then, you knew what I was looking for. Your guess is as good as mine. So I said a lot until the cream order of Akwamu traditional area, Nana Akosia Frakuma the first. I told him, oh, Nana, look, oh, my own lecturer, my own Vice President of the Republic, giving me a gift, and he brought me a box of chocolate. Nana smiled and said, you don't know the meaning. I said, no, I don't. Then she told me, that means there's a bond between the two of you. That signifies something, love. He told me. I said, okay. This woman had been a cream mother for over 30 years. He's still a cream mother. So when he said, I don't know me, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished, if I were to talk about Prof. Mills, I will say a lot about this great man. But permit me to say one or two, share with you. I remember when there was a runoff in 2008. He had come to Domahingro. I had had a dream. And I saw him in a white apron. I wish Honorable Kweku Enyido were to be here. And I told him about what I'd seen. That he was going to be successful in the elections. I'd seen him earlier, but I don't think I met him before the main one to the runoff. And I know something was going to happen. He only smiled and said, Nyame to me na enye den, enye ho. But whilst he was going, he told the Honorable Kweku Enyido, he had been given the same thing by T.B. Joshua that he visited. So I said, okay, then I'm becoming a prophet, maybe. Lo and behold, when the runoff was declared and he was made the president of the republic, the same apparel I had seen in the dream, I saw him in it, and I was enthused about it. I remember after he has been installed as the president of the republic, and he came to thank us, I remember he came to me. There were a lot of us in our hall. We went into chambers. And he asked me what I wanted him to do for me. My first request will interest you. A young chief, I would have said something about Doma, my personal self. The first thing I told Prof was that, Prof, you know, me and you, we come from House of Folk family. Having been installed as the president of the republic, with the repository of wisdom and the power, don't forget to help Accra House of Folk. That was my first request. He smiled. Once again, he went to Commodore Mensah, a director of Accra House of Folk, a board member, and told him, because he's had an association with me with House of Folk, as for Nana, he will never change. You know, Commodore Mensah, I visited Nana, your beloved Nana, and the first request he pushed through was Accra House of Folk. They laughed it off. Let me end the last one. This one I have to say it. I remember UNE. I'm happy one of the lecturers of UNE is here as a co-MC. When UNE was being established, Doma had been proposed, Domahingro, as one of the campuses for UNE. Before same was done, I've heard rumors that Doma's name had been removed. I was surprised. So I had his personal number. I was on the line. I greeted him. Your Excellency, how are you? He said, you were chatting. And I said, this is what I've heard, that Domahingro campus, as you promised, is being removed from the campuses that is to be established for UNE. I remember him vividly saying, "A boy," meaning he cannot do it. He gave me the assurance, and around 2010, when he came, Doma featured prominently. This is the man that we are talking. I know, looking at the array of people that we have here, especially the list, when the distinguished Kwame Nahoy, the Redu Pepra, and the like are on the bill, you need not challenge them because you know what they can do and undo you. So I won't say much except to say that today is the 10th anniversary of the memorial lectures of Professor John Evans Atta. As we are remembering him, we have to note the integrity that he possessed, the humility, the forthrightness. This one, permit me to say this. I remember when there was this debate, very, very strong at the time, LGBTQ, and it's being added on. And he was asked his views on it. I remember him very, very vividly. That we recognize the contribution of our European partners and the like, the Western partners, and we thank them for it. And he was emphatic that he would not, because he needed help, he would not kowtow to any powers so that LGBTQ will be passed. This is the man that we are talking today. He's selfless. I could go on and on. I don't want to take the wind out of the sail, to take my seat, and to thank the organizers for inviting me, and to tell Nananom here present, my queen mother Junim and Brekum, Nana and Nananom, and all the rest, that you help me steer this function to a successful end. With these words, I want to accept the chairmanship of this program and pray that everything goes successfully. Thank you very, very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
And that is the living legend of Sajifo Osiadio, Dr. Nana Adjumambedu. He has brought unprecedented peace, reconciliation, stability to his kingdom, which has established the foundational blocks for cooperation among chiefs and people of his area. Osajifo has successfully dealt with contentious chieftaincy disputes at Doma, Abuabo number 4, Chira, Nusha, and many others. On education, Nana has established an endowment fund known as the DOMEV to support brilliant and needy children. And he has given scholarships to over 2,000 students in his area who are currently pursuing education at various levels. I will come back to you with more. Thank you, our chairman.
No, sama fue mumeji Oyesio, Nanano Medical Fred, Yamamu Bonye Tumo. Awadimo, Nanano Medical Fred, Yamamu Bonye Tumo. Oyesimo, Nanano Medical Fred, Yamamu Bonye Tumo. Ososimo, Nanano Medical Fred, Yamamu Bonye Tumo. Esumtumo, Nanano Medical Fred, Yamamu Bonye Tumo. Ya Fred, yo. Mama Yenye Nasupa, Medical Fred, Mumra Meji Mwaye yo. Ya Fred, yo. Mama Yenye Nasupa, Medical Fred, Mumra Meji Masido.
We thank you, Osajifo Osiadeyo, Dr. Nana Ajimaibadu II, for accepting to chair today's event. Nana, Yadawasi Bebre. I have the honor at this juncture to invite to the podium Mr. Andrew Nawil, the Bono Regional Chief Coordinating Director, to give us the welcome remarks. Shall we all welcome him with a round of applause?
While sitting on the podium, I want to use this opportunity to recognize the presence of Honorable Felicia Eje, MP for former MP for Kitaposa, Honorable Dominic Napare, MP for Senate East, Honorable Dr. Osai Owusu, former MP for Afram Plains South, Honorable Suleimana Ramsey Adams, MP for Time. We are humbled to have you in our midst.
Nana Osajifo Osiadeyo, Nana Dr. Ajimabedu II, Omahini of Doma Traditional Area, and President of Bono Regional House of Chiefs, Chairman and members of John Evans Atta Advisory Council, Your Excellency Kwame Sarah Mensah, former Chairman of the Governing Council, KUST, and Ghana's former High Commissioner to India, National Chairman, National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asedun Ketia, Honorable Alexander Percival Segbefia, Board Chairman, JEA Mills Memorial Heritage, Engineer Professor Kwajo Adinkra Apia, Vice Chancellor, Sunyani Technical University, Professor Dominic Otu, Dean of Students, University of Energy and Natural Resources, Honorable former Ministers of State, Nananmo, revered leaders of our traditional councils, and paramount chiefs of Yeji and others. Leaders of political parties present, honorable members of parliament present, representatives from the Ghana Bar Association, civil society organizations present, friends of the media, students, distinguished invited guests, my brothers and sisters, this is the remembrance of our former president. I'm here to deliver this welcome address on behalf of my regional minister, who is on our official assignment outside the region. I read her speech at this very important function. It is with great honor and privilege that I welcome you all to the beautiful, clean, and green city of Sunyani, to the 10th anniversary memorial lectures in honor of our beloved late President, John Evans Atta Mills. His remarkable contribution to our nation as the 3rd President of the 4th Republic of Ghana continue to inspire and resonate with us. President Atta Mills was a man of unwavering conviction, a true believer in the principles of democracy and the rule of law. Throughout his presidency, he championed the values of justice, equity, and transparency. His dedication to upholding these ideals earned him the admiration and respect of all the Ghanaian people, transcending political affiliations. Affectionately known as Asubwehine, meaning King of Peace, President Atta Mills was a symbol of harmony and unity. His peaceful nature and commitment to resolving conflicts through dialogue and understanding set him apart as a statesman. He was a unifying figure who worked tirelessly to bridge, devise, and foster national cohesion. Today, as we participate in this memorial lecture, we do so with the hope that it will provide us with a deeper understanding of the life and legacy of this colossal Ghanaian statesman. Through the insights and experiences shared by our distinguished speakers, we will seek to find renewed inspiration in his principles and values. Ghana Chairman, this commemorative event offers us an opportunity to reflect on President Atta Mills' remarkable journey of life, his vision for Ghana, and his relentless pursuit of the common good. It is a time for us to celebrate his selflessness, his amiable demeanor, and unwavering commitment to the welfare of our people. President Atta Mills' leadership was marked by his ability to transcend political boundaries and win the hearts of Ghanaians from all walks of life. His humility, empathy, and deep-rooted respect for the rights and dignity of every individual made him an extraordinary leader. He taught us that our diversity should be celebrated and that our differences should be seen as a source of strength and not division. As we engage through this memorial lecture, let us remember that our purpose extends beyond mere remembrance. It is a time for us to recommit ourselves to the principles that President Atta Mills embodied. It is a time for us to reignite the flames of unity, inclusion, and progress that he lit. On behalf of the chiefs and people of Bono region, and by extension, Bono East, Ahafo, and Western Dove, as well as the regional coordinating councils, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all distinguished personalities and participants. Your presence here today signifies your commitment to honoring the memory of John Atta Mills and to carry forward his legacy. Today, let us immerse ourselves in the wealth of knowledge and wisdom that will be shared in this lecture. May the insight gained here guide us as we continue to build a nation where peace, justice, and prosperity prevail. May the spirit of Asubwehine forever inspire and guide us all in our collective journey towards a brighter future for Ghana. And may these memorial lectures serve as a catalyst for positive change and national progress. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Chief Coordinating Director. Whilst we are waiting for Professor Solomon Koranchi Berima, the Province of the Sunyani Technical University, he will come in place of the VC, Engineer Professor Kwajo Adeka. Whilst waiting for him to mount the podium, I want to introduce to you Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejare, MP for Techimano, Honorable Frederick Ahempra, MP for Jamano, Nana Kofi Ahempra, former CEO of Ghana Cocoa Marketing Company, and former Director of Finance, UK High Commission and US Embassy.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Nana Chairman, Osajefo Osiadeyo, Dr. Nana Ajimambadu II, the National Chairman of NDC, General Mosquito, His Excellency's present, the representative of the Regional Minister, Honorable Justina Owusu-Banahene, Honorable Dr. Alexander Segbefia, the Chairman of the JDA Males Memorial Heritage, all dignitaries present, Chairman of the Local Organizing Committee of the JDA Males Memorial Lecture, Nanano, members of the JDA Males Memorial Heritage present, distinguished invited guests, friends from the media, comrades, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very excited to be part of this edition of the John Evans Atta Mills Commemorative Lecture. I am here on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of Sunyani Technical University, Professor Engineer Kwajo Adinkra Apia, who would have wished to be here in this morning, but could not make it due to an equally important official assignment. I would like to thank the Chairman of the Local Organizing Committee of the G.A. Mills Memorial Lecture for the kind invitation extended to the management of Sunyani Technical University to join in the celebration of the leadership qualities and contributions of the late President to the development of Madagascar. Today, our university has witnessed a great gathering of Ghanaians with a difference to reflect on the persona of the late President, his life on earth, and his legacy as one of Ghana's most respectable presidents. Nana Chairman, it is with this satisfaction that I make a few remarks on the general business of our gathering this morning. We in Sunyani Technical University strongly believe that Professor John Evans Atta Mills was an inspirational leader with an unblemished integrity. It therefore gladdens our heart that this decision was taken to host the Bono East, Ahafo, and the Western North regions edition of Professor John Evans Mills Commemorative Lecture on our campus. As a university, we feel proud to be part of this lecture because it was right on the campus of the University of Ghana, our sister university, that Prof. Mills honed his distinctive values and laid the foundation for the ultimate mantle of leadership that God placed on him in the later stages of his life. It is on record that Professor John Evans Atta Mills left a lasting legacy on academia through lecturing, research, mentoring, other intellectual endeavors, and physical activity through sports. He taught for over 25 years and contributed to producing many astute legal practitioners from the Faculty of Law and fine business minds from the University of Ghana Business School, then School of Administration. Unfortunately, however, the learned professor did not live with us as long as we have wished. We record the monumental outpouring of genuine sorrow, anguish, and the sea of emotion that engulfed our nation on that 24th day of July 2012 at about 12:15 p.m. when death unexpectedly snatched him from us. Nana Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore proper and befitting to gather here today to remember a man who sacrificed his very best and his life for academia
for humanity and for his country. I believe this remembrance lecture by the G.A. Mills Memorial Heritage, which is anchored on his values and principles, will further emphasize his legacy and inspire humanity. Having extensively, just as Nana said, I've also extensively read about Prof. Mills, and I also witnessed his governance style. I cannot elaborate all the lessons I've learned from him, but I can testify without any reservation that Professor Atta Mills was a man whose integrity was unquestionable. He was a peacemaker, a unifier, a man with a great sense of humor, a man with humility and devotion to the Christian faith, very modest, defender of the Constitution, a man who did justice to all manner of persons, and indeed, he was a man who was not vindictive. Without an iota of doubt, Prof. Mills was a unique African leader, and his unique brand and legacy were characterized by his personal humility and devotion to his faith. His unfringing beliefs in and support for peace, his support for the rule of law, and his self-effacing and tension-deflating sense of humor. He could provide on the spur of the moment intelligent answers that could make you smile or laugh. And I'm sure you all recall some of them. The Dufiasem during the Ivorian crisis, and that of there are so many ways of killing a cat. I'm sure these are familiar. And this is the man we are celebrating now. There are these and many more collections of the inspirational sound of the land are the reasons Prof. Mills was and is still loved so much by many. We in Sunyani Technical University are convinced that when the history of Africa is written, Prof's name will feature prominently as one of the greatest leaders of contemporary Africa. Nana Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, let us pledge to uphold all Prof. Mills' values and legacies of truth, peace, selflessness, and humility. Let it also be said that Prof was straight and firm, yet calm, and always looked to create an atmosphere very conducive for peaceful coexistence. It is my fervent hope that this lecture will emphasize on Prof's outstanding ideas and values and project his selfless ideas, commendable leadership, and unyielding integrity. As I conclude, Nana, I call on each one of us here in gathered, and by extension all Ghanaians, to arise to uphold truth and integrity and the peaceful nature of Professor Mills. And in the words of Prof, let us stay united even in the face of adversity. We must also strive to defend the cause of freedom and endeavor to proceed in truth and integrity to make our country proud. And on this note, Nana Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my most pleasant duty as the landlord of the university to warmly welcome each and every one of you here to our campus, and to also express the hope that in unity we can continue to rely on each other in the exciting task of developing Mother Ghana through quality technical and vocational education and training, which was and still the unfinished agenda of Professor John Evans Atta Mills. Long live J.E.A. Mills Memorial Heritage. Long live the values and the legacies of Professor John Evans Atta Mills, and God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to use this opportunity to recognize the presence of Professor Kwame Ajeni Boateng, former chairman of this very university, and then former board chairman of the Precious Minerals and Marketing Company. I also want to recognize the presence of Honorable Alhaji Collins Dawda, MP for Esufisa and former Minister of Works and Housing. Recognize my own beloved big brother and father, Honorable Vincent Opel Asamoah, MP for the Northwest and former Deputy Minister of Works and Housing and former Deputy Minister of Sports. I recognize and appreciate the production and coordinating team led by Honorable Neil
Dr. Kwame Nahoy will say, the Ntontom doctor. Indeed, yeah, he is a Ntontom doctor. Anyway, to continue the program, shall we invite the chairman of the JEA Mills Memorial Heritage, Honorable Dr. Alexander Sebefia, to give the introductory remarks.
For the sake of clarification, I'm simply Mr. Alexander Percival Segbefia. I am not a doctor. I don't hold a doctorate, and I just want that to be clear from the onset. Mr. Chairman, or Nana Chairman, Osajifo Oseadeyo, Nana Dr. Ajimambedu II, Omahini of the Doma Traditional Area, and the President of the Bono Regional House of Chiefs. The Bono Regional Minister, Honorable Justine Owusu Banahini, represented by the Chief Director, the Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia, members of the JEA Mills Memorial Heritage Advisory Council here present, members of the Board and Planning Committee of the JEA Mills Memorial Heritage, keynote speakers, Professor Dominic Otu, the Dean of Students for UNER Sunyani, our knowledgeable thematic speakers, Yao Redu Pepra Esquire, private legal practitioner, and His Excellency Kwame Sarah-Mensah, former chairman of the Governing Council of NUTS, and Ghana's former High Commissioner to India, the current and past members of state, current and past members of parliament, our host Professor Kwajo Edinkra Apia, the Vice Chancellor of Sunyani Technical University, represented by the Pro-Vice Chancellor, our revered religious leaders, our traditional rulers and chiefs, and Queen Mothers, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good day to all of you. It gives me great pleasure to also welcome you to the penultimate and fourth of the thematic lectures to commemorate the 10th anniversary celebrations of the death of our president, leader, husband, father, and friend, His Excellency President John Evans Atta Mills. Our illustrious son, President John Evans Atta Mills, appeared in frontline politics in Ghana as the Vice President to His Excellency President Jerry John Rawlings in 1997. With credentials as a renowned lawyer, academic, teacher, tax expert, a keen sportsman, as well as having a quiet and calm disposition. He succeeded in becoming the President of Ghana in 2009. After 3.5 years, the shortest period in office for a president since the inception of the Fourth Republic, President Mills died in office on the 24th of July, 2012. Yet, his legacy lives on. The fear of God, patience, tolerance, sisterly and brotherly love for one another, listening skills, and forgiveness are part of just a few of the principles and ideals he represents. The JEA Mills Memorial Heritage was birthed and duly incorporated on the 14th of October 2021 as a company limited by guarantee. It's a not-for-profit, non-partisan, independent charitable organization. It exists to promote President John Evans Atta Mills' unique view of society, to cause positive actions in strengthening democratic values and human development. Its vision is to inspire humanity for a better society. After its incorporation, the John Evans Atta Mills Memorial Heritage was launched on the 1st of February 2022 at the CD Conference Center, University of Ghana, Legon. The Heritage Board of Directors is chaired by myself, together with a competent team of board members comprising Dr. Sherry Aite, Honorable Samuel Atta Mills, brother of the late President, Mr. C.C. Kwenu, and Madam Nana Oye Bampo Ado, who is the board secretary and also our CEO. The J.A. Mills Memorial Heritage is working to inculcate the values and principles that President John Evans Atta Mills stood for in the Ghanaian society. The Memorial Heritage Advisory Council is made up of 15 eminent personalities. It is chaired by Togbi Apede, the 14th, Agbogbo-Mefia of the Asogli State of the Volta region. The vice chairperson is Dr. Esther Ofe Abuaji, former director of the Institute of Local Government Studies. The other advisory council members are Dr. Kadman Atta Mills, brother of President John Evans Atta Mills and a former World Bank official. Mr. Kwame Pieni, development economist and elder statesman. Honorable Alhaji Muhammad Mumuni, former Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. John Henry Mate Newman, Chief of Staff to President John Evans Atta Mills. Nana Al-Hassan Andani, former Chief Executive of Stanbic Bank. E.M. Commodore Mensah, businessman and former CEO of Accra Hearts of Oak. His Excellency James Bebaku Mensah, Secretary to President John Evans Atta Mills and former ambassador to the Vatican. Mr. Kweku Bran Labi, private legal practitioner and the personal lawyer of President John Evans Atta Mills. Professor Agnes Atie Apusiga, Associate Professor Dean, Faculty of Education, UDS. Alhaji Ahmed Vanderpoy, businessman, and Dr. Abna Oye Jampo, Managing Partner, Talentia Africa Limited. Mrs. Kate Quote Papafield, entrepreneur and co-founder, Managing Director of Reroy Cables Company Limited. Finally, and last but not the least, Mrs. Marafatu Abiola Bawa, Regional Chief Executive Officer, West Africa of United Bank for Africa, UBA, Ghana Limited. As indicated in our press conference on the 16th of May 2022, the Heritage had clustered all 16 regions of Ghana into 5 clusters. Greater Accra stood on its own with a special lecture which was held in July last year. The first cluster is the Northern Cluster, comprising 5 regions, namely Upper East, Upper West, Savannah, Northern and Northeast regions. We successfully held our first lecture for the Northern Cluster at the UDS in Tamale. The second, comprising the Western and Central Cluster, comprised those 2 regions and was held in Cape Coast. The third was the Volta and Oti Cluster, comprising those 2 regions as well, and the lecture was held in Ho. We are delighted to be here today to have the 4th cluster lecture, comprising Bono, Bono East, Ahafo, and Western North regions. The 5th and final lecture to mark the end of the year-long 10th anniversary celebrations doubles as the 11th commemorative anniversary lecture of President John Evans Atta Mills' passing and will be held on the 27th of July 2023, this month, in Kumasi. This is the 5th and final cluster lecture comprising the Ashanti and Eastern regions. Our special guest speaker on that occasion is no meaner person than Professor P.L.O. Lumumba. Professor Lumumba is renowned for his African patriotism and has clearly carved a niche for himself as the conscience of Africa. He is non-apologetic for speaking truth to power at all levels of leadership and constantly keeps the world and Africa questioning its ideals and motives in enhancing the welfare of its people. A fantastic researcher and historian, this is a not-to-be-missed event. The John Evans Atta Mills will commemorate the exact date on which Professor John Evans Atta Mills died, the 24th of July 2023, with a visit to Asundue Park, where his remains are interred. The anniversary cloth with which others are wearing, including myself, is also available for sale and can also be ordered. There are two versions. What we are all wearing, namely the green, yellow, black, and brown, and also one in black and white. Please make contact with any of our 4 members of the Secretariat to make a purchase order if you are interested. Also available today is our publication on the launch of the Memorial Heritage, which is called The Great Launch, which was outdoored in Tamale. It is a report of the proceedings of the launch of the Memorial Heritage at Legon on the 1st of February 2022. It is worth the price of 50 Ghana cedis as the sale price. President Mills decided or delivered a number of speeches at the UN General Assembly in his capacity as President of Ghana for 3.5 years. 2 of the speeches were delivered by him, and one of them on his behalf by the then Foreign Minister, Alhaji Mohammed Muni. They have been compiled into a booklet titled Atta Mills Speaks to the World. Atta Mills Speaks to the World. The book will be formally launched today, and the first few copies will be duly auctioned later in this program. At this juncture, let me take this opportunity on behalf of the board of the Planning Committee to thank the local organizing committee chaired by Ambassador Nyamiche Mafu for the outstanding effort that has been gone into this program at relatively short notice. Their affection towards President John Evans Atta Mills manifests in the various sacrifices that have been made to make this event a reality. Thanks to one and all for continuing with us on our journey of ensuring the legacy of this great patriot of our land endures forever. God bless you all. Thank you.
I think you can do better. Thank you, thank you. I want to use this opportunity to welcome Honorable Sanja Nanja, MP for Atebubu Amanten. I want to welcome the Bono East Regional Executive led by Honorable Una Sosu, the Bono East Chairman. I also want to use this opportunity to welcome the Half Regional Executive led by Honorable Yao Chere. We welcome the Zongo Council of Chiefs, the Sunyani Traditional Council, including Emrati Hini, Sunyani Tifi Hini, Mponia Hini, and Abapona Hini. Thank you, you're most welcome.
can be no development without peace, which means that we should do the things which will ensure that there is peace and that there's no room for conflict. The United States have been a model, and I'm happy that we are cooperating with one another on all kinds of fronts, and they are yielding results. And I'm trying to Mr. President that when one of the roads was commissioned, and it was built with money provided by the NCC under our first contract. You should have seen the joy on the faces of the Ghanaians because there has been a radical transformation in their life. I believe that that's what governance is all about, to see people happy because they now have what they did not have. So I'm assured, Mr. President, that we have elections this year, but we are going to ensure that there is peace before, during, and after the elections. Because when there is no peace, it's not the leaders who suffer, it's the ordinary people who have elected us into office. So we have a big challenge, and we know that some of our friends in Africa are looking up to us, and we dare not fail them. I put down the thought that we have embarked on the useful journey, and we'll get to the verdict. And I told him that both of us have faced elections, but our ships will be able to sail safely to their final destination. I want to assure you. So thanks a lot for the wonderful reception. We'll go back to having happy memories and of course, this will also reassure our people that the kind of cooperation we started with, our first president is growing from strength to strength. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Regional House of Chiefs, Pemam Pem Yao Kabrese Omahini of Yeji. I also want Nana, you're most welcome. Also welcome Honorable Charles Aseidu, parliamentary candidate for Tano South. We welcome Omahima of Brekum traditional area. Nana Hima, you're most welcome. Welcome the Bono Regional Chairman, His Excellency Ambassador Kwajo Nyameche Mafu, a former ambassador to India. We also recognize the presence of Chinim Hema Nana Akosia Shreme. My own mom is Akosua. So, Mommy, you're most welcome. At this juncture, I have the singular honor to invite our first speaker, Mr. Yao Redu Pepra Esquire. He's a private legal practitioner, the oldest lawyer in Sunyani. He is also the former assistant state attorney with over 40 years of practice. He's the former president of the Brown Ahafo Bar Association and the head of the Assembly Chambers. It is for no other, it's not a mistake for us to be calling upon the head of the Assembly Chambers to give a memorial lecture on the Assembly, the late President, Professor John Evans Atta Mills. And his speech will be on the governance style of the former president. So you're most welcome.
Thank you, Mr. MC. And Chairman, Osadifo Osiadio Adimambedu the second, who doubles as the Omahini of Doman traditional area, as well as the presidency of the Bono Regional House of Chiefs. The Bono Regional Minister, Honorable Justina Ousubanahini, who is represented at this forum by the Regional Coordinating Council Director, the Vice Chancellor of Sunyani Technical University, Professor Engineer Adinkra Apia, who is represented at this function by his Vice, Professor Sulu, as I call him, regional chairpersons of the NDC, honorable former ministers of state, honorable former parliamentarians, current ministers of state, current members of parliament, the executives of the party from Bono East, Ahafo and Western North regions present, leadership of the clergy present, leadership of the Bono Region Ghana Bar Association present. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel so humbled to be invited to deliver a paper on the governance style of my former lecturer. Before I proceed, I would like to say that, or inform the gathering that I first met the late Professor Atta at the Faculty of Law in October 1972, when I entered the university as a first year undergraduate student to read law. And thereafter, he taught me commercial law in year 73-74 when I was in the second year. In 75-76, as a first year student of the Ghana School of Law, I had the privilege of once again being taught by the late president in taxation, the law of taxation. It did not end there. After becoming a lawyer, I had the privilege this time, not as a student, but as an employee of the Ghana Internal Revenue Service at the headquarters under the late president, who was the then boss, as Chief Legal Officer. It did not end there also. In year 2009, the late president approved my membership of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation on the ticket of the Ghana Bar Association. So I feel very honored and privileged to be invited by the local organizing committee to, as it were, come and stand before this august gathering to say something about my former lecturer and my former head of IRS and as president of the country. I feel very, very honored and privileged. Nana Chairman, I would begin by saying that the topic on which I am going to speak is a very big and encompassing topic. That is the governance style of His Excellency, the late former President J.E.A. Mills. To me, it is a very, very big topic in that it covers the 3.5-year period that the late President ruled this country. And I must say that it is not an easy topic. So, whilst I proceed, if there should be any mistake or fault with my presentation, please kindly forgive me. Nana Chairman, the late Professor J.E.A. Mills, from the records, was born on 21st July 1944 and was a Ghanaian and legal scholar who was inaugurated as President of the Republic of Ghana on 7 January 2009 and served as President of the Republic for a period of 3.5 years. Anna Chairman, as you may be aware, the late Professor Mills previously was Vice President from 1997 to 2001 under the second term of the late President Jerry John Rawlings, and became the first Ghanaian head of state to unfortunately die in office. I first got to know him. No, I've gone over that already. Late President Mills embraced a political platform that was more encompassing and less divisive. He was diplomatic and less polarizing than any of the predecessors that the BBC described his presidency as peacemaker presidency. Nana Chairman, during his term as president, the late Professor Mills gained plaudits for his personal integrity and for his stewardship of Ghana's transition into a middle-income economy, supervising the highest growth in Ghana's economy in the Fourth Republic, with a GDP growth of more than 14% in 2011. Ethical leadership, his legacy. Once asked to describe his governance style, the late president had this to say, and I quote, "I want to be seen as someone who is trustful, humble, caring, handsome, and down to earth. I want to be seen seen as one of the people. I will not be in a 40-car convoy. I will be somebody simple who follows the rules, who will not be vindictive, and somebody who eschews arrogance and who will be a unified unquote. Anacham, a late president was a principled, godly, servant leader. His life was marked with humility, peace, genuine love and care, integrity and persevering faith. He was not a perfect man, but certainly was a goodly man. Males indeed protected ethical leadership. Practice ethical leadership. Money light, no problem with it. A Nigerian scholar, Dr. Kayode Fayemi, who was the former governor of Ekiti State, in the 3rd annual Atta Memorial Lecture on Intellectuals in Politics and Governance, Lessons and Legacy of Professor John Evans Atta remarked, and I quote, that males practiced politics of civility and was typically courteous to colleagues and rivals alike. He eschewed the intemperate jostling, discourtesy, and ad hominem attacks that so many politicians, thank you very much, so many politicians favor these days. Males prefer to dwell on issues rather than personalities. Professor Mills, with calm temperaments, maturity, and emotional intelligence, introduced a radically different dynamics into the presidency. He ran a remarkably successful government, but dwelled more on allowing his works to speak for him. He was an optimist by nature and a man of deep faith. He believed in the ultimate triumph of the right and just over every evil. Late Professor Mills was calm and dignified, but was also a man of ironclad convictions and proved to be dogged and persistent in the pursuit of his goals. He was self-effacing and was totally unaffected by the trappings of the high office. Professor Mills as the King of Peace. Nana Chama, late Professor Mills was described by many as Asumbuye, which literally means the King of Peace. He was indeed an instrument of peace, a public intellectual par excellence, an advocate of peace, a mentor, a scholar, a teacher, and a servant leader. He stayed true to himself and departed this world as he had lived in it. He displayed love in hateful circumstances, light in darkness, and joy in sadness. Others described him as an incorruptible exemplar and a great son of Africa right to the end. I quite remember on one occasion from the newspapers a very veteran politician, I won't mention the name, has been quoted for saying that he never saw black polythene bags being taken to the castle during Professor Mills' term. And this was an opposition politician. He drew the ire of a lot of people, but he stood his grounds. This showed that Professor Mills was an incorruptible president. He was a true statesman and a man who had deep respect for the people he served, no matter their views or persuasions and status in society. Even though he faced a lot of criticisms during his time in office, he was the one to smile for all, to embrace all, to love all, and to bear grudge towards no one. He was a true father for all, who imbibed in us a true sense of patriotism. I remember him for his remarkable punctuality and sense of urgency. We will forever miss his presence, his candor, his compassion, and his great sense of humor. The late president was a missionary president, a man radically transformed by the power of the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ, and wanted his colleague presidents outside Ghana and his team of ministers and presidential staffers to know the reason for his being, the power of the gospel and his relationship with God. The late Professor Mills also believed in constitutionalism, and when Christ went out for some changes to be made or amendments to be made to the Fourth Republican Constitution, he appointed the Fiajo Committee to look at the Constitution and make recommendations where necessary for amendments to be made to the Constitution. The committee completed its work and submitted it to the late president. But unfortunately, action could not be taken on the committee's recommendations before he departed this world. And as it is, the said recommendations have still remained in the camp. Professor Mills' Better Ghana agenda. Anachama, the term Better Ghana agenda was a policy vision that was coined by His Excellency the former president in the year 2007. Prior to the 2008 presidential and parliamentary elections, in his view, the government at the time had failed to live up to the expectations of most Ghanaians. Ghanaians expressed much concern about several challenges in the areas of the economy at the time: unemployment, poor management of the environment, health, education, high utility bills, and many more. According to the late president, the Better Ghana agenda constituted a social compact which was based on a charter of commitments in people through education, health, pensions, social protection, pensions with disabilities, the aged, youth and child development, women empowerment, and sports. The Better Ghana Agenda Vision placed education at the heart of the development of the people. Under this charter, the late President committed to quality education for all, guaranteeing equitable access for all from basic to secondary education level. Mills' prudent economic policies, the SEPS, IRS, and GAPOHA experience. To achieve fiscal consolidation and stability after the 2008 presidential and parliamentary elections, which saw Professor Mills become president, arrears clearance strategy was introduced. A thorough examination and review of the taxation system at all levels was carried out. And Chairman, President Mills at the time personally directed actions against the cocoa smugglers and corrupt officers of SEPS, IRS, and GAPOHA in Tema, where leakages in government revenue had been detected. And true to his word, he personally visited some of these institutions to verify for himself. That was a leader on the move. The reduction of cost by reducing concessional borrowing as well as monitoring the external debt indicators was one of the many applied mathematical strategies of the brilliant law professor. He exercised fiscal discipline to reduce the cost of domestic debt and to limit increase in public sector borrowing requirements. As a result, domestic interest rates were reduced, leading to the rolling over of existing debt at lower cost. This strategy led to lower interest costs and the freezing of resources for productive expenditure. With this, the Mills government put in place interventions that were consistent with the medium-term objectives of the country, that is to sustain growth, to development and job creation. I have been served notice that I have only 2 minutes left to conclude my submissions, and I'll do my best to comply with the terms of the notice. The chronic imbalance hitherto was the root cause of the persistent high inflation. The result of these measures brought significant reduction in the debt burden and reduced risk of debt and brought confidence into the microeconomy. It also also reduced competition between government and the private sector on the money market for credit, consequently making business avoid the clouding out effect of the money market. Professor Mills as anti-corruption crusader. Nana Chama, beyond the accolade as a man of peace, the late former president ruled with strict but considerable principles. His governance style abhorred bribery and corruption. He always descended on institutions and organizations and services if it was established that they were connected with actions of bribery and corruption. It may be remembered vividly when he angrily and heavily descended on the immigration service personnel for engaging in corrupt practices. As glowing tributes continue to pour in memory of the late president after his demise, the new crusading guys, Anas, Arimiyao Anas, revealed the late president's connection and interest in his investigative work on Electricity Company of Ghana, titled The President's Assignment, in an exclusive interview. Anas confirmed that Professor Mills personally assigned him to unearth the corrupt deals at ECG. According to him, it was something that he, Prof. Mills, really wanted and asked me to do, unquote. I think I'm nearing conclusion. Nanaja, I cannot conclude my paper without stating that the late president believed so much in the youth of this country and therefore gave opportunity to a number of young persons to participate in the administration at the highest level. Examples of such appointees being Dr. Omane Boama, Mr. Honorable Okujeto Abrakwa, Dr. Anna Bisu, and our very old Nyamiche Mafu, amongst others. Dr. Fayemi, in his concluding remarks at Professor Mills' 3rd anniversary celebration, observed, remembering John Atta Mills, and I quote, is not an exercise in nostalgia. It is an opportunity to bear witness to decency and decorum, and to hold up an example of the sort of leadership that Africa needs and which younger African politicians should emulate, unquote. The passage of Professor Mills imposes on Ghanaians a duty of remembrance and reflections upon his legacy. Ghanaians must not forget it. Late Professor Mills, being who he was and how he lived, should never be forgotten. Prof, you are a blessing to Ghana, Africa, and the world. May the good Lord keep the candle of the spirit and memories of Professor Mills burning in our hearts and minds all the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lawyer Redu. I think you can do better. This is one of the best papers we have had in terms of content since the beginning of the Atta Mills Foundation. My fervent prayer and hope is that The brains behind the foundation will publish this particular paper and make it available to the public. Thank you, thank you. I want to use this opportunity to recognize the presence of His Excellency Ambassador Kwame Sarah Mensah. Recognize the presence of Nana Sa Jamfua Ayima Hima, who is a former member of the Council of State. We have in our presence Superintendent Francis Numadu, who is the Municipal Police Commander. Mr. Samuel Wako is the President of the Professionals Forum, which is known as the Pro Forum of the NDC. And I welcome all Pro Forum members. You have a meeting on the 6th of July at the at the JDM block here at STU, and you'll be meeting the regional chairman and his executive members. I also want to recognize the presence of the NDC Bono and Ahafo regional legal team represented by lawyer Dauda Awudu. We also have in our midst Honorable Dr. Eric Osei Owusu, former MP, Ephraim Plainsard, and also a member of the organizing committee. Thank you. If you don't hear your name, please pardon me. I will definitely get to you. Thank you.
At this juncture, I would like to read a short profile of the second speaker as a prelude to his presentation. It is a great honor for me to introduce the second speaker for today, who is going to talk about the legacy of Professor John Evans Atta Mills in the area of sports. Our speaker is originally a valuation surveyor and fellow of the Ghana Institution of Surveyors. His experience spans stints with the Ghana Commercial Bank and the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. He was the national president of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Alumni Association and served on the university's governing council as a government nominee. He was eventually appointed as governing council, as chairman of the council from 2014 to 2017. He has an auditorium named after him at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, given his vast contributions to the institution. Our speaker has served in various capacities in government. He was the first PNDC Secretary of State, or Regional Minister as we call it now, for the Bono Ahafo region in 1982. He also served as Ghana's High Commissioner to the Republic of India from 1983 to 1988. He was the PNDC Secretary of State or Minister for Youth and Sports from 1988 to 1991 and was the chairman of the Board of Directors of the Electricity Company of Ghana from 1998 to 2001. Our speaker has made vast contributions to the grassroots. He is currently the co-moderator of Newmont Ghana Gold Limited's Ahafo Social Responsibility Forum and the chairman of the Board of Trustees of its Development Foundation, or NADEF, which is the acronym. Besides these, our speaker has extensive experience in sports, which qualifies him to speak on the impact of Professor John Evans Atta Mills on sports. Our speaker is in fact an accomplished hockey player and has represented Ghana in more than 50 international hockey tournaments, including the Hockey World Cup in Malaysia in 1975. Given his skill in the sport, he received the Best Hockey Player Award in Ghana in 1975. Prior to this, he was voted the Best Hockey Defender in Africa in Cairo in 1974, when Ghana also won the Africa Hockey Championship. In addition to being a hockey player, our speaker has led a number of government delegations to various international events, including those related to sports. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please welcome His Excellency Kwame Sarah Mensah as the second speaker for today's event.
Let's clap one more time to welcome our second speaker for the day. Thank you, sir.
Chairman, Osajifo Osiadeyo Ajmambadu II, Domahene and President of the Bono Regional House of Chiefs, Nananum, NDC Chairman, General Mosquito Asiadun Katia,
Chairman General,
distinguished personalities, friends and colleagues from PMDC time, I will rush to Nigeria and borrow their saying, all protocols observed. But then before I take off, may I take this opportunity to congratulate the National Democratic Council Congress for winning the Asin North by-election and ensuring that the development goes with by-election. I only pray that none of our MPs would die. And but then if somebody were to resign, I would want my MP to resign so that I get development in my area. Nana Chairman, we've assembled here today to honor one of the illustrious sons of our motherland. Yes, a celebrated icon, a man of peace, Asundue, a versatile sportsman, and an accomplished sports administrator, a distinguished academician who became a professor at the Faculty of Law, University of Ghana. And above all, as a statesman, he was vice president and was eventually elected president and head of state of our dear country, Ghana. Madam Chairman, Nananum, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my assignment today is to give you an insight into the legacy as a dedicated sportsman, a well-accomplished sports administrator, and above all, what he stood for in sports promotion and development. Professor John Evans Atta started his sporting career during his student days at Achimota School. He represented the school in hockey, soccer, and was also an excellent swimmer. Later on at the University of Ghana, he represented the university in soccer and hockey and was a member of the university team at the first West Africa University Games held in Ibadan, Nigeria in 1964. He was elected General Secretary of the Amalgamated Clubs of the University of Ghana. At the national level, he was a member of the national hockey team, the Black Sticks, which dominated Africa in the 1970s. Unfortunately, Prof missed out of the finals of the Africa Hockey Championships in Cairo in 1974 when he had to leave the country for further studies. Ghana won the championships and I was voted the best defender in Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you may also be familiar with 4 members of the team which brought glory to Ghana. They are the former Ashanti Regional Minister and Ambassador to Canada and later to the United States, Mr. Ohene Ejekum. The former Minister for Agriculture and Ghana's High Commissioner to South Africa, Mauritius, Madagascar, Lesotho, Eswatini, formerly Swaziland, Comoros, and Seychelles, I don't know how he was dividing his time. Mr. Kwesi Ahoe, who is represented here today by his junior brother, Kwamina Ahoe. And then the former Deputy Commissioner of the Africa Union, Mr. Kwesi Korte, and my good self. It is interesting to note that all four of us became ambassadors or high commissioners of the country. Nana, Chairman, Professor Mills was so eager about hockey that when age caught up with him, he teamed up with others like Mr. K.N. Ousu, also of blessed memory, to form the Veterans Hockey Club, which we all of us gravitated to when we retired from the national team. That gave us the opportunity to impart our knowledge of the game to the younger ones. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as an astute sports administrator, Professor Mills was president of the Amalgamated Clubs, University of Ghana, Legon. He steered the administration of student sports and gave the students the opportunity to participate in sports at the university. He was also president of the Veterans Hockey Club and assisted greatly in ensuring Ghana maintained a high level of performance in hockey at the international level. Prof was once chairman of the National Sports Council. Nana Chairman, during my tenure as PNDC Secretary for Youth and Sports, Prof was the chairman of the Satellites Management Committee, and he kept on telling a story when he took the team to Algeria for a match against their national team. They arrived in Algiers in the evening, and they thought the match was going to be played in Algiers. They were put on a bus, and they traveled more than 200, a little less than 200 kilometers, because by the FIBA regulations, if you are traveling more than 200, they have to fly your team. So they make sure it wasn't 200. So they got there very, very late. And the following morning they were to play the match. So you can imagine, these are some of the African strategies that we use in winning some of the matches that we host. But then he had the patience to get through all this and came back to report. He was also chairman of Accra House of Folk Football Club. At the time when ex-president Kufuor was chairman of Kumasi Asante Kotoko Football Club. And I was then the PNDC Secretary for Youth and Sports. So I had a singular privilege of inviting both of them to the office to discuss arrangements for matches between us and Kotoko. Now, having been informed that you were once a very keen supporter of House of Folk, I would want to say that I very well remember that at one of the matches, House of Folk and Kotoko agreed that each of the clubs should be given 1,000 tickets so that they will go and sell to their members, and any excess beyond the gate fees should be kept by the club. I agreed. So each one of them was given 1,000 tickets. Nana Chairman, sadly enough, Prof came back to me later and said, here you are with your 1,000 tickets. I said, Prof, what happened? He said, my people, they want me to buy and distribute for them, but I don't have the money. So I think you can put it in the general thing and pay and sell. Meanwhile, Kotoko supporters, I'm sure this time round, Kwamina Ahoe was not one of them, because he's whilst his elder brother Atta is House of Okis in Kotoko. The Kotoko supporters paid 3 times the value of the tickets. So at least they had some money for the club. What is the way forward for us? Prof did his best in the promotion and development of sports in the country. He contributed immensely in ensuring good sports management, propelled Ghana to attain greater heights in international competitions. Some of the areas which were very dear to his heart included the following, and I would entreat our current sports administrators to study and pursue those that will be beneficial for the sustainable development of sports in the country. Development of sports facilities were so dear to his heart that he ensured the reconstruction of the national hockey pitch to international standards. Prof believed sports promotion and development should be seen as a business. Those were the days when sportsmen and women participated in sports merely for the love of it. That was the period Reverend Osei Kofi opted to play for Kotoko and declined an offer of £30,000 to play for Stoke City of Britain. Contracts for professional footballers these days are in millions of dollars. And with the potentials that we have, if harnessed properly, the nation can reap a lot of money. Marketing of sportsmen and women should therefore be done professionally. Contracts should be managed and negotiated by a team of experts. At the end of the day, a percentage of the contract could go into the provision of first-class facilities and generally for sports development. A case in point is when I took the national under-17 football team, the Starlets, to win the FIFA JVC under-17 World Cup in Italy in 1991. Without any expert advice, I was confronted with a supposedly executed sale of the captain of the club for a paltry $30,000 US. I looked at the contract. It was handwritten on the club's letterhead and could only be described as a mere receipt. And I looked at the letterhead. It turned out to be that it was my own club, Brunhafu United. Starlets had endeared themselves to an extent that a number of the top European clubs attempted to negotiate for the players. I immediately ordered that the clubs chasing our players should rather come to Ghana for negotiations. I got Otto Pfister, the Starlets coach I had negotiated for Ghana from Germany, to evaluate all the players and give me the minimum fee for each player. In the end, each player was valued for not less than $300,000 US and $400,000 US. Meanwhile, the captain of the club had been sold for $30,000. I gave the evaluation report to the GFA, and at the end of the day, none of the players was sold for less than as valued. Real Tamale United even got a bus in addition to the fees for Gago. Accountability in sports. Nana Chairman, I understand football administrators have the notion that they are accountable to FIFA and not Ghana. Meanwhile, it is the country that foots the bills before the qualification of the team to participate in the tournament such as the World Cup. Professor Mills was of the view that that notion was erroneous and should be stopped. Now that Prof is no more, I will not be surprised if we have gone back to that practice. If it is still the practice, since the Black Stars is a national team and it is sponsored by the country, it should be stopped immediately. Prof believed, and I endorse the view, that transparency should be the hallmark of sports administration. Nana Chairman, I read somewhere that almost the entire membership of the current GFA was at the Qatar World Cup. And after paying for their travel, hotel, and other expenses, each member received bonuses. And they got back to Ghana and they had gratuity. My question is, bonus for what? Is it another end of service benefit that we have introduced through the back door? The view is, if you have no business to do with the team, GFA members who want to go and watch the World Cup and similar tournaments should pay for themselves. Football is not a charity. I will go further and propose that 1/3 of the winnings in international sports events, such as the World Cup, should be invested in the provision of well-equipped district sports centers and other facilities. Government should invest in sports in schools and colleges. During the era of Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, a lot was invested in schools and colleges sports. Academicals were formed to participate in various disciplines at the national level. Sportsmen and women such as Owusu Mensah, Osagyefo's Golden Boy, Sam Bugri, Stan Alote, and Joshua Owusu, Commonwealth gold medalists, Alice Renum, Hannah Friye athletics, Frank Odoy, Sam Aqua football, and a lot of others were unearthed and represented the nation whilst at college. Nana Chairman, I am informed that sports facilities and equipment are lacking in our schools to an extent that recently one of the prestigious schools which used to excel in schools and colleges sports had to scratch a match because the school team did not have 11 hockey sticks for the match. Sports facilities and equipment should be a priority, whilst inter-schools and colleges sports competitions, district, regional, and national sports festivals should be reintroduced to offer the youth the opportunity to excel. They will then be ambassadors the nation will be proud of. Nana Chairman, sports, if well promoted, could be a foreign exchange earner for the nation, and we should make every effort and attain those levels. I was given a time limit, and I wouldn't want them to come and tell me I should stop. So I will end by saying that this shall be the legacy for our dear Professor John Evans Atta of blessed memory. May his soul continue to rest in perfect peace. And as a nation, we should always remember that this land belongs to us. Yen ara ya sasini ya bodin di mai. Moja nana nu hwe gudiji o manga na disi o no. Ene eduru me no soso. So man be ye yo. So man ye yo. Amanfo ye bra na kire. Medamose.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Your Excellency, Honorable Kwame Sarah Mensah, former chairman of the Governing Council of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology and Ghana's High Commissioner to India. Thank you. At this juncture, we'll invite the musical group to give us some good tunes so we can relax our nerves and continue with the program of the day.
Siaka
Wow. I think we can give them a huge round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. At this juncture, I have the singular honor to introduce our keynote speaker to this particular great audience for the August occasion. Our keynote speaker is a distinguished professor of mathematics and a sub-chief. Nana Professor Dominic Otu was born in Takoradi in the western region of Ghana. He holds a postgraduate diploma in education from the University of Cape Coast, an MPhil in mathematics from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, and a PhD in applied mathematics from the same institution. He is the chief of Inframadre, a town close to Asebu in Abra Asebu, Kamankese district of Ghana. He has been teaching for the past 27 years, starting in 1996 at the Doma Secondary School. In 1996, he taught in Kumasi and later at the Takoradi Technical University. He also taught at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology and is currently a professor of mathematics at the University of Energy and Natural Resources, a brainchild university of the huge personality we are celebrating today. Professor Dominic Otu is the University of Energy and Natural Resources Welfare Chairman, a position he has held for the past 10 years. He is a consultant to most of the Ghana Education Service projects on the training of teachers at all levels in mathematics and an examiner in mathematics for institutions in Ghana and beyond. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our living legend, Osajifo Dr. Ajimembedu, we welcome Professor Dominic Otu to give us the keynote address. Thank you so much, Professor Dominic Otu. He is also the Dean of Students of Minor University. Professor, the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. MC, for your elaborate introduction. Osajifo, Osiadeyo, Nana, Dr. Ajimembedu II, the Paramount Chief of the Doma Traditional Area, and who doubles as the President of the Bono Regional House of Chiefs. I don't want today to try and give the recognition of the good men and women assembled here. I would therefore want to, with your indulgence, permit me to stand on the existing protocols to do my speech. Nana Chairman, I am highly elated to be called upon to deliver the keynote address on the theme, the man, John Evans Atta, 10 years on. Madam Chairman, permit me again to say thank you to the visionary men and women who conceived and gave birth to the wonderful idea of establishing this memorial heritage for our visionary leader, Professor John Evans Atta. In fact, I want all of us here to recount that we will not leave this room today by not picking one of the attitude, one of the behaviors of the man we are talking about. If we don't do that, then we are trying to make this as a talk show. And I don't think so. That is the reason why we have this heritage. It is important as Ghanaians to learn from his demeanor, to learn from his governance, to learn from his behavior. It is very important. Nana Chairman, when I received the theme as a mathematician, the man, John Evans Atta, as a researcher, it tells me that I am to look holistically about his persona. Nana Chairman, you can agree with me that this cannot be done within 30 minutes. Never. In fact, we all know what our good old professor stood for. In fact, there's a man who fights against corruption in the country. There's a man who fights for the rule of law. There's a man who fights for the need to strengthen institutions of state. There's a man who fought for good health care for all. There's a man who was prepared to help all the vulnerable groups in the country. There's a man who prepared a uniform pay structure for the good education and many more. In fact, we are here not because of the elderly men and women here. We are here to tell the good story of the late Professor John Evans Atta, especially our youth who are in the class of 18 to 22 years. Remember, these youth who are finding themselves in the university, in the training colleges, in the polytechnics today, were in their single-digit numbers as at the time our president took the office in 2009. Therefore, it is important for us to tell them the story of Professor John Evans Atta. On that score, Nana Chairman, permit me to narrow it to his legacy on education. On this premise, Nana Chairman, I will need no less than 5 hours to talk extensively on all what Professor John Evans Atta stood for. But time is not a friend. Based on the fact outlined above, Nana Chairman, permit me to use this occasion to express something we are all aware of, something we call humanity. Humanity as an essential trait that sets people apart from other living things in terms of what is known as humans. Simply described, it is a characteristic that people are supposed to display. The word humanity refers to all of the love, adoration, compassion, and care that people have for one another. It links everyone under the one term, humans, eliminating consciousness of gender, religion, caste, ethnicity, etc. from people's brains. Humanity is not just about what people do to one another. It also includes how people deal with the other colleagues or other humans and their environment. These traits outlined and a chairman, depicts exactly the nature, attitude, and behavior of the man in whom we have all assembled here today. I am talking about Professor John Evans Atta. Before I dive deep into this topic on his legacy on education, Mr. Chairman, it is important to know a little about the man we are talking about. To start from his adulthood, after attaining a Doctor of Philosophy in Law from London, at the youthful age of 27 years, he worked at the University of Ghana as a lecturer. He became a senior lecturer and then a professor at the law faculty. He did this work for more than 25 years before he was called to be a consultant to the now JRA. In 1997, he became the vice president to President Jerry John Lawrence under the government of National Democratic Congress. He exhibited an immense form of humanity through his works and choices. When faced with difficult situations, he was an oasis of peace who always preached unity among various political factions and all others. No wonder the British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, described this man and his presidency as that of peaceful maker or peacemaker, who was never made a disparaging comment in public despite intense criticisms and vilification from the political supporters within and out. He was called Asumdwehene because of his act of peaceful nature. His commonly used words in most of his speech, and I quote, "My brothers and sisters," unquote, was a conscious sign of sense of fairness and how he regarded all humans as equals. Regardless of social class, educational level, religious denomination, and all other, irrespective of one political persuasion. In 2008, he stood on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress as a flag bearer, aspirant, and won in the elections conducted in December 7, 2008. On 7 January 2009, Professor John Evans Atta was officially sworn in as the President of the Republic of Ghana. It is worth to note that despite the nation's potentially valuable natural resources, the average Ghanaian lived in one of the world's poorest societies, earning just about $2.32 at the time, having about 60% literacy rate and having a 10% unemployment rate when the good professor took office. Nana Chairman, President Atta in his first State of the Nation address stated clearly his mindset, his vision, his focus on education. In fact, he indicated his commitment to deal with a number of critical factors that he thought was a threat to the smooth delivery of education in the country. He promised to address the following educational concerns, and I named them: gender disparities, geographical differentiations, school dropout retention, poor transition from primary to junior high schools, poor teacher deployment, and inadequate and poor educational infrastructure. And the chairman, he went on to assure the country of his desire to improve in a more concerted manner the deplorable conditions of most of the second cycle institutions. President Atta resolved to bring to the barest minimum management inefficiencies which affect equity and quality in the education system. He also promised to take a critical look at the utilization practices of the Ghana Education Trust Fund, known as GET Fund. President John Evans Atta considered the 2008 education reform as a significant challenge to the education system since it changed the duration of senior high schools from 3 years to 4 years. Being consciously aware of the divided opinion shared on the duration, he caused a national forum to be held for a very dispassionate discussion on the issue to establish a more permanent structure that will serve the interests of learners, teachers, parents, and all stakeholders. He declared that his government will reconsider Act 778 in 2008 and propose amendments as may be determined after a multi-party consultation. He was quick to add that his government will go ahead to implement the new structure proposed in Act 778 to ensure quality teaching and learning in our schools. The need for his government to give special attention to pre-tertiary education, particularly to basic education, including special education, with the aim of building a strong foundation for learning and continued education, was also expressed. President Atta at the time realized that the net enrollment ratios at all the stages of basic education requires intensive and concerted effort to make a passionate appeal to education administrators, parents, and other relevant stakeholders to join hands for his government to aim at ensuring that all Ghanaians of school-going age are in school and that achieves the target of full enrollment and completion at the basic level. He went on, and chairman, to assure his people of Ghana that his government is ready to pay special attention to the teaching and learning of science, including environmental science, technology, technical and vocational education training, TVET, as well as entrepreneurial skills at the basic level of education. All of us are aware that the decision between paying a lip service and doing
improve on the performance of the sector. President Atta said he stated that the 38 diploma awarded teacher training colleges will be strengthened to achieve standards required of them. He added that GAS will be encouraged to revise its yearly teacher deployment program by concentrating adequate attention on the poorly served areas. We will ensure that all allowances promised to teachers are paid duly and promptly. And now, Chairman, as if all these promises were one of the political talks, this man in 2010 established about 92% of all that he has said in the State of the Nation's address in 2009 February. The Minister of Finance and Economic Planning in the 2010 budget announced the following programs in education, which I will want to use as my checklist or basis in addition to his 2009 aspirations. Now, this includes, but not limited to, the following: refurbishing of science resource centers to strengthen the learning of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, education now commonly known as STEM. Provision of infrastructure facility to second cycle institutions to improve quality of teaching and learning in all the four corners of the country. The removal of schools on the trees and the elimination of the school shift system, giving access to all children across the country, irrespective of gender, tribe, race, color, or location. Improvement of the GET fund utilization practices to ensure rapid growth of our educational facilities. Review of the GET Fund Act and the decentralization of the operations of the GET Fund Board and broadening the involvement of local institutions. This is what we call decentralization. Implementation of the single spine salary structure for public sector workers, including educational workers, to reduce inequalities among the remuneration structure of workers. The chairman, in 2011, under his leadership, he distributed almost 13 million exercise books to school children. Free school uniforms were intensified, and more schools on the trace were turned into brick and mortar classroom blocks. Capitation grants, as well as the school feeding program, were also expanded. And again, once again, this was a sign of continuity, something which had been started by his predecessor. To promote quality education for all, he provided incentives and motivation packages for teachers, especially those in deprived areas. Very key and very important intervention. He restored the selection of 30% of first-year students from within 10-mile radius of where schools are situated, so as to deal with the computerized placement system blockade of access to second cycle institutions by pupils from basic schools. This is to give access and equity to all. Expansion of ICT infrastructure and the institution of tertiary institutions internal access program, TIIAP, for students to benefit from a discounted laptop scheme. Awarding of scholarship before the end of March 2011 to the first batch of beneficiaries of the Mathematics, Science and Technology Scholarship Scheme. Supporting the expansion of especially tertiary education, including those in the private sector, but will not, and I repeat, will not countenance a mushrooming of institutions without proper accreditation.
This is to give access to everybody in the country, irrespective of wherever you find yourself. Whether you go to the public institution or a private institution, the government found it necessary to actually support them. Institutions of the National Apprenticeship Program, LESDEN, and other programs for the teaching of employable skills. Establishment of additional communities, second cycle schools throughout the four corners of the country. Shifting of the focus on National Youth Employment Program, NYEP, from traditional paid models to training and vocation models. This is to improve self-employment. Embarking on digital broadcasting migration to enable the country to switch over from analog to digital communication. And this tells me that this digitalization process was the brainchild of His Excellency, John Evans Atta. Not the current days people are credited. No, this is the brainchild and the legacy of His Excellency, J.E. Abrams. Nana Chairman, beyond the overwhelming achievement in the education sector just within 2.5 years, he also brought to an end the school system in Accra. Distribution of over 3 million school uniforms to needy pupils nationwide, supply of over 40 million inside books to all pupils in basic schools. He also began the construction of 672 emergency classroom blocks and dormitories nationwide. He constructed schools of fisheries at Anamabu, a satellite college of University of Cyprus. He constructed the head office building for the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences for science, communication, technology, and innovation. And Chairman, the story about the achievement of Professor John Evans Atta in the education sector will definitely not be complete if the substantial contribution made by him as a university don is left out. In the light of the above, I wish to add that President Atta also contributed immensely to the education at the University of Ghana Law School. As if that was not enough to put the educational programs at the best of the ladder, he also established 2 brand new universities, which is unprecedented. One in the Volta region and one in the erstwhile Bono Ahafo region. The university in the Volta region, namely the University of Health and Allied Sciences, was established to be a preeminent health research educational institution dedicated to community service and to train health professionals who will be of service to Ghana and beyond. The University of Energy and Natural Resources in Sunyani, was inaugurated with the primary aim of improving the energy sector of Ghana through human resources development. UNE, the university in which I find myself currently, has grown incredibly well with the establishment of 2 other campuses, one at the Mahikro and the other at Kenyasi, the now Ahafo region, to train prospective students on agriculture, geosciences, mining, and related areas for the job market. His contribution to establishing these 2 universities, especially UNE, has not only ensured continued education for the teeming youth in Bono East, Ahafo region, and the Western North, but has also tremendously improved the lives of people in these 4 regions. And Chairman, in the fragrance, Professor Atta also established an excellent working relationship with the Masters in Development Practice Program, MDP, at the University of Winnipeg, Canada, and the University for Development Studies, Ghana in Tamale, leading to a joint initiative on the study of development practices to indigenous and traditional societies. Perhaps the greatest legacy of John Evans Atta's administration is the relentless search for the implementation of policies aimed at ensuring inclusiveness, social justice, proper education facilities, peace, and social for all humanity. Clearly, his quest to reduce government expenditure on cabinet and ministers to put back into the national coffers for the common Ghanaian, especially to provide quality education, has bear fruit and evident for all of us here to see. And that chairman, what I'm talking about as his legacy on education is only about 62.5% of what he did. The remaining 37.5 is left for another time to discuss. To conclude, the next chairman, Nananom, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my gratitude to the organizers for providing this honorable platform for thoughtful and sober reflection on the life and leadership of our late great leader and visionary man. The characteristics of outstanding leadership in our day are President Mary's humility, imaginative leadership, dedication to democracy, human rights, incorruptible, and abhorrence to violence. He has left behind a legacy of achievement and credentials. He offers a benchmark by which we must assess everyone seeking higher political office in this country. I firmly believe that the only way we can make our democracy in our beloved country to produce the greatest good for the largest number of people is by enforcing his laws. I therefore want to say and appeal with all humility that the NDC government, as a researcher, as I speak with you, have about 72% chance of coming to office in 2025. I humbly appeal to them to adopt at least 50% of the governance style of Professor J.E.A. Mills. In fact, as a lecturer, if you go to the university today and ask even a final year student that there's an aeroplane at the Kotoka International Airport, free, will he go or complete his studies? That student will leave and go. Why? Because something is fundamentally wrong in our nation. I leave you that by the time we all live here today, we must adopt one of the living styles of J.E.A. Mills. Other than that, we have not achieved his goals. On that note, Madam Chairman, I want to thank you so very much and say that the living legacy of Professor J.E.A. Mills lives on. May we all have the peace and glory deserved. Thank you so very much.
I think we can do better. Thank you. Nana Professor Dominic Otu, Dean of Students at the University of Energy and Natural Resources, and our keynote speaker. Thank you for this excellent delivery. Can we now invite the musical. Okay. Yes, sure. I want to appreciate and welcome Honorable Otuara Parliamentary Candidate for Ghana East. I also want to recognize the presence of the Queen Mother of Junem, the Awasu Traditional Council. I also want to use this opportunity to welcome the SRC President of the Sunyani Technical University, Mr. Moses Oka. I appreciate the presence of all 10 patrons and members within the Bono and Ahafo region. And once again, I want to inform members of the Pro Forum that you have a meeting with the regional executive. under the chairmanship of His Excellency Ambassador Nyamiche Mafu on the 6th of July at the John JDM block here at STU. Thank you so much.
At this juncture, I would like to call upon Mrs. Elsie Apauklu and Honorable Edwini Lante van der Koy to launch a book on Professor John Evans Atta Mills.
Please, let's clap for them. Let's clap as they mount the podium to launch this very important book. And I hope a lot of us will come on stage to buy the book to help the foundation.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, beautiful people. Nana Chairman, my Lord, please permit me to stand on existing protocols, particularly those well established. It is a great honor and privilege to stand before you in honor of Professor Evans Atta Mills of blessed memory to perform a simple task. Professor Evans Atta Mills, as already said, left many legacies, and those legacies live on. I am particular about his interest on good governance, especially his attention to sustainability of public services and issues of integrity. Nana Chairman, permit me to recall a statement made by former Dutch foreign minister when she visited Ghana, and in one of the meetings in the embassy, the foreign minister could not shy from establishing and declaring the fact that Professor Mills is a credible, great Ghanaian leader with great humility. As a young black employee of the embassy, I felt so proud about that legacy and principle of Professor Evans Atta Mills. There is so much to say about this honorable man, and many has been said already. Today's purpose is to launch a book titled Atta Speaks to the World. And this contains his statements made to the United Nations General Assembly at the 64th, 65th, and the 66th General Assembly meetings. Permit me to do a little kokonsa about what is contained in this publication. On the 23rd of September 2009, whilst at the United Nations 64th General Assembly, Professor Mills eulogized Ghana's first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, as the year marked the centenary of Dr. Nkrumah's birth. The book also noted greatly the significant roles played by Ghana's first president, particularly leading Ghana to join the United Nations. The book further established Professor J.A. Mills's commitment to Ghana's foreign policy, which, among other things, advocated for issues of great importance in the fields of international trade, financing climate change, food security, and an issue that it's of great importance to me, affirmative action. Also, on the 28th of September 2010, a year the United Nations declared as that of peace and security, you can just imagine what Professor Mills would say in his speech read on his behalf to the United Nations General Assembly. This is well documented in this book that will be launched today. Further, the book also established and documented Ghana's commitment and performance on the MDGs. And Professor Mills re-emphasized his uncompromising nature of ensuring good governance and promotion of rule of law, which he considered as prerequisites for achieving sustainable socio-economic development of nations, particularly those that are developing. Again, on the 23rd of September 2011, whilst in New York, Professor Mills, in his statement to the 66th General Assembly of the United Nations, shared his position on many issues, particularly made proposals towards the Armed Trade Treaty and Ghana's commitment to same. He also used the opportunity to emphasize on efforts made by Ghana in addressing gender imbalances and misconceptions made, as well as the progressive remarks on improving the living conditions of women and girls. This book is a must read. Nana Chairman, I am assured by the smiles in your faces and the hope in working together in unity in building a better Ghana for our children and improving the legacies left behind by Professor John Evans Atta Mills to declare this book duly launched. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sister Elsie. And the chairman with your permission, since I have to make money, I want to get closer to you, so I'll get off the stage. You know, international relations is governed by protocols, treaties, and statutes. And your ability to go through the labyrinth of international relations will tell how strong you are as far as your sovereignty and also your relationship with all these state actors say about yourself. You read this and you know, you have fair knowledge about how Professor Mills was able to go through those statutes, treaties, protocols, and still maintain the dignity and the sovereignty of Ghana. I wish I could go to the chairman first, but something tells me there's somebody here who has so much love for the chairman and for me that he wish to give me 1 100,000 cedis for this. I'm in the spirit, and the spirit is telling me somebody wants to give me 100,000 cedis for this. If you are the one, and I'm on Kanye. National chairman says Mankani Kra. I said Mankani, but he has added a Kra. This one, I don't have any chance to put by me, so let me calm down. Nana, National chairman, since you say Mankani Kra, should I calm down? I should calm down. You know, I grew up in Abisi, and Abisi people are very rich. We are very rich, but then we are very generous too. So we are bringing it down to 50,000. 50,000. Is anyone here will give me 50,000? Please, for the love of Professor Mills, for the love of Nana Chama, and for the love of Mankani Yekra, 50,000. 50,000. 50,000. 50,000. I like Izo. 50,000. I have the deputy chief with me here. No, compulsory by force. The bono, Afu, and Western North Caucus, 50,000. You pay for it and you take it. The caucus of MPs from Bono East, Bono, Ahafu, and Western North are giving you the caucus. Where the job? Where the caucus? Okay, Chief will take it on behalf of the caucus. The 4 caucuses, 50,000, half of them. The 4 caucuses are all 50,000. Now the second copy, the caucuses have bought the first copy for 50,000. Please, give me 30,000. 30,000. 30,000. Only 30,000. Only 30,000. Only 30,000. This is a very rich book as far as the knowledge and wisdom is concerned. 30,000. The second copy. 30,000. Only 30,000. 30,000. Remember, I've heard Broford people are here. The whole program of Broford, I'm giving it to you. Where is your president? Watch out. The whole program of Broford, Chairman, 30,000. The whole program, I mean, Broford, 30,000. Now, third copy. Third copy. This one here, I want somebody to give me an amount. Give me an amount. Yes, know that the second copy was bought for 30,000, so you give me an amount. This is why we should have Nana as child. Nana has bought a third copy for 20,000. 20,000. So officially the main 3 copies are gone. Now for the love of a very beautiful lady here, if says that these days it's very expensive to marry in Ghana before I use Ghana. So if I add that lady, I'm giving you too much trouble. But he has decided that without a lady, Nadia Chama said without a lady is buying for 10,000. Another round of applause. You are making me proud. I'm so happy. You see, I'm so happy that my own Atta and my own national child, you know, I have a lot in common with the two of them. Nana, we were friends before he became Nana. You know, on campus at the University of Ghana because we were all House of Folk. When you talk about House of Folk, I used to take him to the gate to keep the gate. Me and the late Safa represent Labibus. Because I was then the chairman of the House of Folk Supporters Union on campus, and Safa was my secretary. And with General, when I was at Vijay Presec, it was at St. Joseph Training College. My school is better than his school. So, I have the mic here for the mic. Yes, the next topic. Okay, for this one, 5,000. 5,000. I like Arif. I like Inusa. Yeah, I like Iseo. Yes, don't dismiss me. With all this, I like Iseo. I like you buy this one. I like my. Hello? 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. I like you this one. I like this super text this one for 5,000. I like it.
Please clap to motivate those buying. Please, let's clap to motivate.
5,000. I like this super. Now that chairman says that I should now go down to 1,000 cities for each copy. So 1,000 cities. If you have 1,000 cities, just Nanasa for 1,000 cities one copy. And that is mine. 1,000 cities a copy. Yes, anyone, 1,000 cities. Regional chairman. He said I should give it to anyone here I like. You know me, I have some special specs. So Nana will do my very well. Because if I check on my bed, when I'm in the Nana, 1,000. Thank you, senior. He also went to Vijay Presec. He didn't go to St. Joseph. You know, Vijay Presec, I remember very well. Sir, do you remember when we had that Luther 1981? And you came and asked if the headmaster chopped money, are you the one to correct him? That was a very difficult day for Mr. Sarah. He came there with 3 BN. And the students told him that this one is not so matter. This is students matter. Yes, 1,000 cities. 1,000 cities. 1,000 cities. Chairman of Quebec. Recently, I was in his house. One of my young grandsons secretaries from Ododo came to marry from his house. We've given you a good husband. You know, so I know he will take good care of your daughter. If he misbehaves, call me. Yes, 1,000 cities. 1,000 cities. Clap for my MP. MP for time. Time. Let's see what about. Thank you. It's MP for Canon North here. Because I've heard that there's gold coming around Afisipa. 1,000 cities. Okay. I'm coming down to 500. 500. With the OPI 500 cities. A copy 500 cities. I have only 5 minutes left. 500 cities. Thank you. And when I saw you in Asibriku, I know that you come from this region, one west. So you just instead of 500, make it 1,000. He was one of the young men who worked so hard in Asim North during the by-election. Hello? 500. 500. 500. 500. One regional women organizer. She was also at a send-off. I saw her. I saw her. In fact, I was going to one of them. 2024. Jesus is now. Yes. 500. Bono 5 time. Alaja mi wa kupe. Alaji, na mi show. Yes. How many copies left? Only 2. Only 2 copies left. Okay. 500. 500. 500. I can't go, but not to that go. 500. Former regional organizer, me from Raka. Nanaima, me from Raka. 500. 500. 500. Okay, Matiso. Cha, me ba from Raka. Nana, Cha, me ba from Raka. 500 me ba from. Nana Cha has given the permission to come down to 300. 300. 300. 300. Hey, stop Felicia. Hey, Madam Felicia J. 300. Obama Felicia J. Obama Felicia J. Hey, Jack 65. Felicia J. I shall return. I shall return Felicia J. Last one. Last one. 300. Now, what's the matter? I'm also different. 300. 300. Treasure, Blue East. And the competition, Blue East project, a year from Mozambique. What's the way this move to lose? Treasure. Yes. Last one. I have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Last one. Last one. 300. Last one. Last one. 300. 300. Special assistant to the national chairman. Former DC, former regional secretary, Alaji Toku, 300. Alaji Toku, incoming regional minister. incoming regional minister ayi logo wafa wafa ma wa sisi mu. Last copy. Last copy. Yes. No. You the organizer. Are you running away? Command it. You the organizer. Command it. 300. That's my man. ATM. Okay, the jail. Who don't feel that? Madam Master, thank you very much, Nana Chama. We are grateful. Thank you so much. MC,
I think we need to clap resoundingly for Honorable Louis and Mrs. Excellency, apparently for the excellent job done. At this juncture, all too soon, the program is gradually drawing to an end. Can we now call upon the one and only living legend in our midst, the Omahini of the Doma Traditional Council, the Edwana PSA, the one who has brought dignity and unprecedented development to the Bono land and especially the Doma traditional area, to give us his closing remarks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome once again and call upon Osajifo Osiadeo Dr. Nana Ajimanbedu II to give us the closing remarks. I hope all chiefs will go to Doma and see how all the roads are tarred and the unprecedented development. One of the very few people to build a stadium, own a football club, and he was highly instrumental in bringing United to Doma.
The chairperson, the Tamils Memorial Heritage, the national chairman, NDC, my big brother, Nana Ijihne, and president of Bunong East Regional House of Chiefs, my own grandmother from Brekum, Nana Junem Hema, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I know time is fast spent. All too soon, the program is coming to an end. As the chairperson for today's program, I would have done my duty by summarizing what took place. But I believe you agree with me. If I were to summarize, I don't know the time. I think it's past 3. We'll be here till 5 o'clock. And by the time I finish, everybody would have left the place. Since I don't want to do that, I think we have heard a lot about the man, Professor John Evans Atta Mills. As a peacemaker, a humble person, somebody who abhors corruption. We have heard a lot. But if there's one thing that struck me, is that whilst at the castle, don't know whether it's so. Whilst at the castle, black bag. Na obi anyeden. Obi enwobi. Black bag to say ye kukuru bibi kese de akoma obi de na ye enwobi. Na chese nipa no wo samia. Professor Mills dey say me manwuno na ba ka. Na sese na bia ba wo maka se nka ba de bia tete ho. Na ngi de se nipa no enhu se no sitie. Wa hu no unza papa no sabe o sample. Asa makoto ne castle. Na konya otim. Me crowd o ma anyina bempredase. Bra hu akonya. Na konya otim chichirebo. Na ne mienu yate wo. Na ne yira okra eso okọ. Papa we de ngi de say yebenya bi. Yebenya bi na yebebre. Where? Eniema miensa ketewa bi ne meka no tietia na nde masem no akọ awieye. Wahu Professor Mills emra na meka twi brofo no ase ya aka emra obetena konwa esu 2009. Abene ne yankampa no. Onya de ada Professor Doolittle and Nema Bebre Yankan. And so media nimsa Oshemu pa single digit inflation. Ne pencil. No yamane ba pa. So Yankan. Say on hindsight, Oshemra Otuna so 2009, Nane 2023. Nti ebetima ka say no mono modene amamuom sabi yewra aya me nipa training se lawyer aya misa ya already pepra esquire anka ho asem akasafo no so abeka ho no banka ho asem amamuo oye ne famde se na obesia ye media eja baby a meba na matubia fami ifa Professor Mills wo me dem ante haircut sene ne city na enema miensa ma meka no ade a mesre Ghana for sadai ana edi se kankan santrefo no wo ha yensha nso se nipa etia konwa so na oye bia yankamfo no se yentimi nkamfo no kora no a enyeya se na bia se bia edu ba bi ye di batem etwa bempoa so sa de no mesre hu se ena dwumadie Ghanafo ye betima sa de no yenyede yentwam president akonwan anamboa ba be di ye kani hwana na bia on pese kanibusuani oyebi ananyesa enso edu ba bia ne ye yabe eno nkyere se be ya bibi te se be kosi cathedral menko agima mbadu antoso mienu cathedral be be ka kyerem se be kosi na menwa no se stop aka me stop so hunya ne ya ho kyiri esei cathedral crisis in crime ene sunya na esei ene doma hinkru nipa me he ne be kom ya tsana kosi iron rods nko abebeto $100 million then Ghana for unim ne abadi sika ye onfa bi mra mbono nga originals of cheese mbo sika o kasa ne amesra Ghana ne bia every endeko ma obia enye ya panyini te sama panyini na badi akire ministers ene mpanimfo abedi anim obia enye ya be na mom be ya bibi na onya de a menka baako national cathedral menka e ma yobe la menyobe nso ma aka be ya bibi na onya de a constructive criticism ye betime de atowo etoso mienu ade baako pa ene lectures ya yo ya tene ye wura bibi obeye asante Dr. Cadman Mills Ohabi Dr. Waha Onibi but Oniha ni nua no ye mu bi aye bia ma ye pa no krani oka ho bi ne be modu mi a mbe lawyer ni a sabi unsra konya manya ndi Professor Mills na ama manu aduane asana ama man ni monya ma na mboa entinda nase ade a me sra pa ye say continuity of progress abana bit so na say oniwa na akwaya se Ghana for bentoa na dwuma a oye so anamboa se nkasa meka wa huni baby ande wo beko una mbota region kwanso wo kwa aplawo a uhu dane kama no nya mfie nsia na mfani ya to aso so Ghana for omo ada Ghana for wada ajomadu ba queen koka aduba bia na ba dwom na bia edi nti gadani wo hoi nka ya de hie aba ya bana adwuma ba aba so ba boba ho modne abebetimi nti nka dani nka bentimi nkotrem dani ho mana si wa mfie nsia ene fa ya nto aso mesra abana awo so sunu kokroko aban baby asika wo bia as a matter of priority no ben konko pen ne banyede ben wie sa ne man enya sa dan ne nko a e block eni ho hospitals bi ni baby sabantiman to aso a na no kumawu sunu kokroko ne yan yo ase north won say chim de ko baako nya banchiriye ne yan won nim 2024 general elections yabato won nim nsunsanso obeba menya nyame no mawu na ko basa asam kan wo abana ne dane a agenda 111 aya me ande hye kwaku adwamanu odi animu abenya nwie se benwie ya na se banyo bi dia na na makoka ne nkoka kra ho na betiem nti sambre Atta Mills sane e ositie bibi ole on men kanfa o kanfa mu ne se osro Ghana for sa de se bi ye bibi bi meto aso no pa hwi Ghana for ntwam se o ka kura na baba yo wa ho me yen de Ghana for yenka cause bayra NDC for an MPP for nko na beko CPP for beni ho PNC na say the mental to bank and there Abia don go ni ho na no LPG ofia palo beni ho sabe wo ba be di bachi bebe kobi nti ye sa de ndi ato ade hye titro ni se NDC for no ho ha se minim oba shambo se ekoba se akonwa no dane ko ho wa na ho te se me tu bi fam a na ho aboam na ho ye ama ne ebenti manwie no yetimi atoa so ama Ghana na akọ nanim ade we na mpese nka no ne ndi ewie masem kra ya ade baako Ghana amamra o ma se ufri Ghana utim free Germany utim ko free US utim free Canada mboa dual citizen Ghana for jitum na ba jitum a na ne ho ne se wo ya Ghana ni na se ukoma ne bi so na banje ntum de ya wontimi nkwaje ne de no ensa na mfa Ghana de na namboa enya sa yatiai Ghana adehye no a bewo amanone no hunin sika dodo a bede brae atai baako be ka dini na ebe ya ohunwa ya busuam nya ba ne bede yanim be boye be brae sika ene ne ekeka ho ade bi ekoso Ghana e wo ho mamram num se nokrani unia ansa no be ya MP wontimi enje wontimi mfiri manefoforo bim e nokra ya gitum e nokra namo without prejudice to the outcome of a court case pending before the High Court Accra ene me susu saa de we enya saa saa ene meka emra na so se Ghana for saa de ne hyem se obi amanone for no ye ne nam 2001 yes Osama bin Laden kan na ho nansa papa ne yete aluprem sa tamaluprem hu ya nam he ya ko ya manone England Italy Germany Belgium France and Holland ya ko pesika afri yaman for ho ama ya de abeboa na okure ni ye ko ya beboa ye papa adihye begusu abeboa Ghana na ikoduru baabi na be mu bi pese won konwa na obetena so a aya na ade bi akoy no ho produku a na abenti ne Ghana for be kwa brochire obakwa akwaji bi pepa yati Ghana manem haye ba ko kan kasa for no bi kan se ne se o ha na be kasa lupri but the abesi ha say ye mu bi yenko America na US UK man kai be prepra ka hono ba usa na ai yine ntumagu ho no dimeka o di animu na chame so obaga ho na ahengwa ho gobi enne ba ma ya den ya prepra me masade manu so a meka onimonyamfo ba ko bi ofri Canada aye sa Canada no ntena wo biu be pepa odi ato oba Ghana abeboa oba ya ne ho nsensem binti onya amane na no Supreme Court yes say na bato abeto e benya de bentwam ya mubi no kure ni me ankasa de se me o Supreme Court a kasa gina ye no nka me ko left kame nko right na nenti enka meko no wan hwe no ane bedi saa asem ya wo ntimi nkoka bi na mo mesre and the Attorney General of Ghana where emrama ne kwane say ade bi ekoso na ohwe Ghana fo enije nim a otimi ye de otwaso na no asenof be ye se papa no batwa na konwanum so onya MPB o no bankoto foforo beto man na se bantu amano anya overwhelming majority no nya 57.56 oya bibi ketwa wa batom as a matter of urgency I'm appealing to the President of the Attorney General President of the Republic if he has any role to play that trial should be aborted. The Attorney General should, as a matter of urgency, file a nolle prosequi to end that particular decision. Sir, make a way because but waswa ma ye did the Ghana for attempt. Ye did the ascend for attempt. No crany, Samre engineer minhu sabi. Mfaswo bia e de bebra Ghana said down for no. Ya be kwa prosecute no na sa ode ne gina court a na batu amani MP adwuma na obere na agwago ankoyo amaya nshamra papa amasabi Ghana for enye adwuma amampuntu akwa na obetima blame no it's on this vein na me catch say Samre you are president you know I love you this matter cannot go on Attorney General Odame, ya de share, bono de share, shawumum, Coco Cha, same yifri or Nian Koyanim as Ghana for Macan say, Ariano, as the da Eddie Cabia, na the all my organizers, and the titro, Beto Vensa Frey, titro, Nananum, Benya, Mobabai, Miana Naye, ma me brekum hima ma me dwenem hima anyima hima nanano ma mre antima mama ngu ma mo bohudini ade hye titro wan hutu kwane efri baabi benche ebae and sana me wie masem no as organizers no amama nyante ase se book no ebi wo ho obia wo 50 Ghana cedis se ode maba book no obenya bi e de akofie na wantimi ankenkan kra o mba no na o manana na be wo fie betimi akenkane ama sabio yehu Professor Mel say no sitie na ba bia na opeso de Ghana eko. On this note, I am Osajefo Osiadio Ajimembedu the second. Domahine reporting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the living legend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think the whole nation has heard our living legend. His Excellency the President has heard you. The Attorney General has heard you. And I'm sure they will do the needful. Thank you. He is highly revered for his unflinching support and love for his people and for Mother Ghana. We continuously cherish and adore him, and will pray that all chiefs will emulate his hard work and love for this country. The chairman Osajifo Osiadio Dr. Nana Ajimambedu II, Ediana PSA, Nananum, Honorable National Chairman of the NDC, Honorable current and former MPs and ambassadors, all protocol duly observed. It gives me an immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks for this very important occasion to all dignitaries and those who worked really hard to ensure the success of this program. My profound appreciation goes to the Almighty God for the gift of life to each and every member here. I fervently thank our special guest of honor, our chairman, the national executive of the NDC, Nananum, MPs, and everyone who has come to support us. Special thanks goes to the national and local organizing committee, the brains behind the Atta heritage, and the coordinating team, as well as the production team on the ground. I will mention them: Honorable Neil Antevandaboy, Honorable Dixon Ochridua, Stuttgart, aka Stuttgart, Honorable Dennis Ayan Chumesi, Regional Secretary, a big thanks to all our speakers for your thought-provoking lectures on this very important day. Ample thanks to Proforum, TAIN, the media, and all students. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you, and may the Almighty God take you back to your various destinations. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have had an amazing day commemorating the legacy of our beloved late President, Professor John Evans Atta Mills. We have listened to inspiring speeches about him, watched a documentary about him, and had the opportunity to participate in a book launch about him. To end today's event, may I please call upon the youth Imam of New Doma, Imam Saidu Sibri, to give the closing prayer.
Please all 10
members kindly stay behind after the dignitaries have left the auditorium. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah ala kulli hal. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man tabi'ahum bi ihsan ila yawm الدين.
Yeah, I am to worship.
What for you? Media. Where media? What's the badge? Yep. You said you didn't get anything. Did you come on? Oh, let's have my deal. We have more than 3 times. Oh. I can't on the where are they?
Dwumadie ni nyinaa aba na wieyɛ ɛwɔ SCU ɛyɛ sunyane bono mantam na ahinkuro sɛ wɔhwɛ a mpanyimfo a bepie mu dwumadie ase no ahyɛ aseɛ efiradi ɛyɛ chairman a ɔbɛtena dwumadie ne ti ekyirɛ ɔsaadefo ɔse adeɛ yɛ Dr. Ajemambadu a wɔtɔ so mmienu ɔne ne dɔm ɛna epie
Honorable others who have all helped in diverse ways to make this event a big success. And of course, the tactical Chairman General himself gracing this very important occasion. The tactical Chairman General who did it a few days ago in Asin is here with us. Thank you. 10 members, please kindly stay behind for a very important exercise. Simon Patanga, please kindly stay for very important assignment. Simon
Aha. Ana Dubai osi obi dey be ba betia obai. Nursing training. Okani quota system na ba. Kakra na professor basic ma omunya akwanko ya. Ye program. Na minister ko kwakwa jumamba na kwa na say 6,000 days ajona ko im. Na the partner for Ghana. Framework. That was the vision of NDC. And then I feel back 4 years. And then I professor base. No we are more gas and the professor base and ka on kasa o. We are training them for no. Let them be training. Atta is Ghana's most inspirational politician in Let me tell you, and I can say this. Yeah, about 2009, you call Parliament. Let me tell you this. Now, and this MPP for NDC card. Obia Green said the politicians here yesterday. Then MPs, we were 148. And I am marching for Prosamil. You won't send the MPP for no this. Now, you buy a which day. Passing or share, I'll say, Abba. We'll be going to the people to campaign. Now, said the MPP for this. 4 years and their message in Ediko. Or cancer pay no beer biansis. Mumayan survive Mumayan na yenye campaign. Na yen who say Ghana for who say between MPP and DC there's a difference. That we are not corrupt. Inti Sausha corruption perception index. Your worst performance as NDC na 43%. Na Dubai is 7 years in na the best performance 43%. And no na West yanja de kra. Ghana force NDC corrupt. Yanja de kra. Baby a modi afia ye modi monanso ani no yenya 43%. Banana Dubai ni modi mo pa no 43%. So you can compare the two. Yen yet minya 48%. So yenya 48, 46, 47. Nanadu afia yanya de kra ye election ya yesi yanya de amanfosi o. Corrupt no yenya 43. Nana Dubai every year be awanya 41, 42, 43, 41, 42, 43. He cannot compare himself to us. Professor Mason this vision by say Myanmar Ghana for say they are young big Ghana for Sika. So NDC we are not corrupt. MPP they are corrupt. So we must give Ghanaians difference. Now say ye di MPC mo bay say ye could this kana ye call 4 years time say ye kwa ye campa. Abba message NDC. This is what he told us. Afidena 148 no. And no dear call Castle Gardens. Equia party my did we obia. They said they will be antmin coca fuso Jessica Semubio. So we campaign with message. Yamfasikanko, and that is why there's no NDC for Jessica. Now what we ask the canoe be obeyed Danya Biache. Why on the Siasin? Or see when we dear second by Yanko Jena Yantuntiamu, and that is exactly what they did. But people know as a by Professor May's legacy, by our training, by Rollis's legacy. Ye sika inti ye nya bi ma ba utuma ya be ya adwuma ma ho dance ye na ye di wo hai ye di free Sunyan Technical School e di course Sunyan Polytechnic ye di ba ye san ba bi o na di free Polytechnic e na Sunyan Technical University ye wie ye na ekọ bie UNEL account university say wo bru ha nyina yen NDC for na bie MPP for ntre ndi o ma ye nothing. So the difference is clear. Ana man kan ye no. Why we brofuno? We want to brofu lawyer ni. Yeah, papa. I just mentioned it, man. Can brofuno.
As young kind of ma credit to Professor Bebu or Ghana. Willie?
This all can